My bad about being late. Definitely was not expecting, you know how things go, man. It's like 1 minute everything's cool and the next minute it's an emergency sometimes, man. It just happens like that, dude. You know what I mean? What's going on, Darth Matt? Good to see you, man. Glad you made it in today, bro. I was like, damn it, not right now, damn it. You know what I'm saying? All right, anyway. What's going on? Let me go ahead and get this, panel link up real quick. Get some folks up in here. In the meantime, I'll rant for a little bit on the verse of the day because it's a really good one. How's the music volume? Is that too loud? It seems a lot louder than it usually is. Let me know if that's too loud, man. Maybe I might just have the volume up on my thing a little too loud. We'll see. That's actually, that sounds good. Cool. All right, yeah. It was just volume for me was up. Oh man, it's a good day. Here, I'll go ahead and cut it down a little more. That couldn't hurt anything. But yeah, man. So, I was real stressed about. I'm feeling good, man. I'm feeling good. Yeah, thank you, bro. Yeah, I'm feeling great today, man. It's a good day. God is great. Not even trying to be cliche. It's just, today is the day the Lord has made, man. Like, I'm so glad to have God and Country back, bro. I've needed that for quite a while. How are you feeling today, Darth Matt? That's the real. Let's get down to the real questions here. How are you feeling today, my friend? Man, dude, I'm grateful that God has me in a position to where I can do this. Oh, what's going on, brother? I mean, if you don't want to talk about it in chat, you don't have to, but... Oh, dang, dude. Is it an infection? That's right, Corey. Yes, sir. Is it an infection or what's going on, brother? Oh, dang, dude. What's up, old Joe? Good to see you, man. Well, let's shoot one up for Darth, man, for sure. God, thank you very much for today. Thank you very much for bringing us all together so we can look into your word, speak on your word, and give glory to you today. Please keep your hands on Darth Matt. He's having some issues right now, and we know that you are the one who will give him the situation to fix this problem. And he is here. Even in the trials, he's here to listen and to partake in your word and to glorify you today, God. So all we can ask is your will be done, but he knows that only you can put the situation together for him so he can start feeling better and get this pretty terrible medical condition pushed through and all healed. So, but thank you for all the opportunities that you've given. If it wasn't for you, I know I wouldn't be here, and I wouldn't have a chance at salvation and happiness had you not sent your son to die on the cross for me. Thank you very much, God. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. Of course, brother. Of course, dude. Of course. Yeah. I hope you start getting to feeling better, man. That's rough. Of course, dude. Yeah, man. You're in the fam, bro. You're in the lower class fam here, man. You know what I mean? We got to stick together, brother. If I could send you a miracle cure in a pill form, I would. But the best thing I can do is talk to the Creator, man. Talk to our Lord and Father. You know what I mean? Like, that's that, and I'll do whatever I can sitting in front of this computer screen. You know. For what? Why was he yelling at you? See, I have my own opinions on that. You know, I live in Alabama, so if I wouldn't have voted in the election this past year, it would have changed literally fucking nothing. So, depending on where you live, to me, oh no, I'm not. If anything, like I'm coming from a place of understanding. No, not at all, dude. No. So like, if I wouldn't have voted, it would have made literally zero difference, my friend. So like, you know, depending on where you live, it's like, you know, I don't know, you know. I'm much more of an advocate. Yeah, based. What's up, Scott? Hail, brother. Hail. This is, okay, if you guys don't mind, it might be a little controversial, okay, but if you don't mind, this is the emote that I would like to use for saluting. You don't have to, but... Tell me what you think of that. That's the new salute emote, right? Yeah, 100%, dude. 100%. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. All he was doing was just holding up the Statue of Liberty's torch, man. That's all. You know what I mean? It's crazy, isn't it? No, Darth, dude. No, 100%. I get that entirely, right? Like, so, and this is just my opinion, okay? But and people say, well, you know, if everyone said their vote didn't matter, then no one would go and vote. And it's like, that has nothing to, like, that's not even a good argument to that, because it's a very specific hypothetical. You know what I mean? So, to me, the most, like, consequential elections that you can get involved in are your local elections. Those are the ones where you're actually going to make, like, a solid difference. You know what I'm saying? So, when people tell me they don't vote, I'm like, okay. Like, it's your right, and it's your liberty to exercise or not exercise that right. Every single time. You know what I'm saying? That's where I get really libertarian with that kind of thing, right? It's the same thing with the Second Amendment for me. You know, like, personally, I think more people should be armed. But if someone doesn't want to exercise their Second Amendment right, it's your liberty to do so. You know what I mean? So it's the same thing with voting, right? Like, I do think everyone should vote, but if you don't want to, this is America, goddammit. You know what? Excuse me, sorry, I shouldn't take the Lord's name in vain, but this is America, damn it. Like, you You don't have to do a fucking thing, and no one can make you. You know what I'm saying? That's really what it comes down to. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. I get that, bro. Yeah. Especially fucking recently, dude. What's going on, Mr. Fista? Good to see you, my man. Good to see you. Let's get some Lady Liberties in the chat, gentlemen. Lady Liberties in the chat. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. The real salute. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. Oh, man. I'm so glad to be back in it, dude. I really am. It sucked that my internet was out those few days, but everything's good, man. We're right back on track, bro. Right back to it. You know what I mean? All right, boys. Let's get on with the verse of the day. This is a good one. It's a good one. Okay, so Father, I want those you have given me to be with me where I am and to see my glory, the glory you have given me, because you loved me before the creation of the world. Yes, Mr. Fista, that is the salute of the Lady Liberty. Correct. Yes, that's the Lady Liberty salute. That's what we're calling it now. It's not the Roman salute. It's not the Big Shile. You know what I mean? It's the Lady Liberty salute. No, dude, Darth Matt, bro. You're fam, bro. Like I'm a libertarian when it comes to like our rights and shit. Like no one should infringe them, but we also have the opportunity to exercise them or not exercise them. That's like the second you try to trying to force someone to exercise their right, to me, is almost as equal as telling someone they can't do something. That's just my opinion. It's just my opinion, you know. But that's where I stand on those issues, man. You know. But Father, I want those you have given me to be with me where I am, and to see my glory, the glory you have given me because you loved me before the creation of the world. Oh yeah, 100%, dude. Shit, dude, I'm only 32 and I'm tired of the bullshit. You know what I mean? It's been going on for a while. You know, I was in my early 20s when I got disillusioned with American politics. And then when Trump came along, Trump was the one where it was like, that was how I was feeling already. You know what I mean? He was sticking a big middle finger up to the establishment. He was the one who, at least he ran on this idea that he was going to change everything. And that's where, like, I got fired up. Because I was a Democrat. I voted Obama into his second term because I was hoping, like his tagline was hope. I was hoping that he was going to end the war over in Iraq. That's where I was with it. The war in Iraq, the troops over in the Middle East in general, you know, bombing Syria, all that. I was hoping he was going to end it, and then we could go back to like actually focusing on. Oh, bro, you're good, man. You're good, dude. You're not interrupting. I'm like, bro, I like talking with you, but I thought he was going to be the one that was going to like get rid of all of our foreign engagements and then actually start focusing on America and like building up America from the inside. And he did the exact opposite. He threw a bunch of red herring bullshit out there to keep us divided after he bailed the banks out with $800 and some odd billion, and then kept spending even more of our fucking tax money on wars. So, you know, with all this stuff coming out about him potentially like committing treason or seditious conspiracy against Trump to like influence an election with fake knowledge they knew was a lie, if he gets put in prison, I don't give a fuck, dude. I'm happy with that, actually, and I want to see more of it, and I hope we do see more of it. It would be incredible. Yeah, 100%. But you know, I I was a dumbass teenager back then, man. You know, I was a dumbass teenager. When Obama, I think I was like 16 or 17 when he got elected into his first term. I was 15 when he got elected the first time. So I wasn't even old enough to vote then. And then a year out, that means I was 19 when I voted for my first time. Yeah, whatever. Early 20s, late teens, whatever. I was a dipshit, man. Like I was a stupid ass kid, right? This is why we don't need to be lowering the voting age. That is a fucking terrible idea because kids are stupid, okay? They don't have any idea what they're voting for. Like, I personally, if it was in my hands, I would raise the voting age by a few years. You know what I'm saying? Just so, like, because, like, I can turn 18. Yeah. I could totally see that, man. Because, like, dude, like, first off, I turned 18, got a job, and got out the house, right? So I was a little different in that regard. But there's so many people I know that they graduate and they stay living at home, especially if they go to college in their hometown, right? They stay living at home. They don't have any concept of what, like, the real world actually looks like. Having to get money together to pay bills, or you're out on your ass. You know, getting your electric turned off, getting your water cut off. Like, they don't have any concept of what that means when you're 18, unless you lived in a household like mine. But that's a completely different story, right? Like, I think that, if anything, drove more of my, like, Democrat leanings back then. What's up, Vile Boss? How you doing, brother? Good to see you. Welcome in. Oh, for sure, dude. For sure. Well, see, that's the most important thing, right? So, you know, Charlie Kirk, he's been a little on and off with me recently because he's a 6-star shill. He kissed the wall, you know what I mean? But he did say one thing that is incredible to me, which was, it's important for people to have God in this world, because if you don't have God, you'll idolize man. But if you have God, you idolize no man, right? To me, that's fucking important. And that's why, like, it kind of ticks me off when people who, they say Trump was sent to us from heaven, or, you know, God sent Trump to save us and stuff. And it's like, you have no idea what God's plan is. Please stop. Yeah. Please stop inserting your will where God's will should be. You know what I mean? Like, it's something, yeah, based. No, thank you, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, no, I just, like that's stuff that, like, we shouldn't be playing with that kind of fire, right? Because there are people who will hear that and then they'll start to think that, and it's like, this is just a dude. This is just a rich-ass frat boy, and he has his own agenda. He has his own things that he wants to do, and he's going to do them, okay? So whether or not you agree with it, he's going to do what he wants to do. And it's not always the things that he says he's going to do. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, let's get back into the word, boys. Oh, Darth Matt, the song in the background playing right now is one that Abe made. Yeah, Abe made this one. He made this song specifically for God and Country. Well, Scott. So I'm just using this for background music for God and Country. I really like this song. It's fantastic. So, I just let this one ride. You know what I mean? All right. Father, I want those you have given me to be with me where I am and to see my glory. The glory you've given me because you loved me before the creation of the world. And that right there shows Jesus predates creation. God loved Jesus before the creation of the world. Thoughts on today's verse? Wow, what an unbelievable collection of high-powered phrases of truth, promise, and prayer. We are a gift from the Father to Jesus. Jesus wants us to be with him in the glorious presence of God forever. Jesus wants us to see his glory and experience that glory. The Father has loved Jesus from before there was time, before the creation of the world. Think about these things. Ask God to show you how powerfully they reveal our importance to him as Jesus' disciples. Dream of the day you will see him as he is in all of his glory, and he transforms us to become like him. 1 John 3, 1-3, and Colossians 3, 1-4. Now, let's go live in our world based on the view God had of us. We can look up both of those, actually. Oh, cool. It just pulls it up right here. That's amazing, dude. Okay. Oh, hold on.
He takes a stand, lifting the broken from sinking sand. No pulpit, no stage, just dirt on his hand. For God and country, he helps the in the air, lost souls wander, don't even care. Eyes turned down, hearts in chains. Who will rise to break these pains? Lower class walks, no collar, no tie. Just a man with fire in his eye. Not a preacher, not a teacher, but he knows God's word is a spark that grows. For God and country, he takes a stand, lifting the broken from sinking sand. From every side, but truth and love they cannot hide. His voice like thunder, his heart ablaze, walking the streets, setting hearts to praise. Chains are breaking, walls come down, echo of hope fills this town. Not a hero, not a saint, just a man walking in faith with God's plan. For God and country, he takes a stand, lifting the broken from sinking sand. No pulpit, no stage.
Sorry, y'all. That was my grandmother. She. I've been in contact with her every day, more now than I ever have in my life, especially since my granddad passed earlier this month, at the beginning of the month, and so she takes priority over everything. I do apologize, y'all. Let's get back into the word, though. All right, so my prayer, Almighty God and Abba Father, oh, forgive me for my often mundane and earthbound view that I have of myself and your other children. Stir me through your spirit to have a deeper appreciation of all of Jesus' disciples and how much each one means to you. Please empower me to be more patient, tolerant, forgiving, and respectful of my Christian brothers and sisters' imperfections, because you accept them just as you accept me with my imperfections. Yes, he does. Let me tell you something, all right? God accepted me in my worst form and saved my life. Not only saved my life, but changed me as a person. So saying that he just accepts me with my imperfections, that doesn't even amount to what God's done for me in my life. I acknowledge those imperfections and long for the day when we are united in perfection before your holy throne of grace as we praise you and bring you glory. And we pray. That's a good one, dude. That's a good one. What's going on, Abe Dingus? Good to see you, my brother. Always, always. How you doing today, my man? Hope you jump up here at some point. If you're feeling, no pressure, you know. Yeah, thank you, Darth Matt. I appreciate that, man. She needs it, you know. She's in her mid 60s, maybe later 60s, and they were married for almost 50 years. You know, they were married for 48 years. So, like, I can't even imagine what it's like to lose someone that you've literally been with every single day for half of a century. That's insane to me, you know. So that's why, like, I do my best to. Oh yeah, fair. Weren't you like you were streaming earlier, weren't you? Like, I think I woke up around like 10:30, 11, and you were still on, or maybe a little earlier than that. I don't know, bro. GG's, dude. You're grinding out here, man. I don't have the dedication for that one yet. Good job, dude. That's incredible. Man, I don't got it in me to stream that long yet. Maybe one of these days, right? Maybe one of these days. You know, so just full disclosure, my grandmother is not a Christian. She doesn't want anything to do with religion. There's nothing I will ever be able to do to change that. I know that. She's a very strong woman. She's very generous, very loving. When she cares about someone, right, yeah, exactly. She cares about people incredibly deeply. But she has explicitly told me, please don't bring any of that religion stuff to me, right? And I respect that. I don't, there's nothing I can do to change that. I'm not going to force anything on anybody, you know. All I can do is be here for her in this time of need. And that's it. Oh! You get some good coffee in you or anything, Abe? You might need some good coffee, brother. Alright. Bible.com up. Was it 1 John 3? Yeah, 1 John 3, 1 to 3. Yeah. Right. Right, Mr. Fist. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. And like for me, it wasn't one single person that drove me to Christ, right? It was a collection of all of the people that I met that actually practiced this way of life. And over time, being shown those examples is the thing that brought me to Christ. Like I had my own kind of moral foundation and value structure, right? From developing a relationship with the higher power, and God put all of the people he needed to in my life. Well, not he needed to. God put all of the people I needed in my life to point me in the direction of the way that I went today. I'm very grateful for that. All right, so let's go ahead and get into the word here. So, see how great a love the Father has given us that we would be called children of God, and in fact we are. For this reason, the world does not know us because it did not know him. Beloved, now we are children of God, and it has not appeared as yet what we will be. We know that when he appears, we will be like him because we will see him just as he is. And everyone who has this hope set on him purifies himself just as he is pure. Ooh, that's good stuff, dude. The world does not know us because it did not know him. Wow. That's powerful. Colossians 3, 1-4. All right. So Colossians 3, 1-4. Yeah. Yeah. So when I was still getting high, it was I was around less crackheads, more meth users. Same thing though, people that would be up for like 5-6 days, and you start seeing bugs and stuff. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. See, I was more of an opiate user, but really? Oh, okay. So it's the same thing. All right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. 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 Hey, dude, I'm grateful God found his way to your life, man. I'm grateful that you opened up to God, bro. You're good people. I love having you around, dude. And that ice that brings some real demons out of people, man. It's crazy, bro. Hey, that's awesome, dude. Man, that makes me feel good, bro. That's amazing, Darth Matt. Thank you, man. That's awesome, dude. Thank you. Oh, see, it's people saying that kind of stuff that makes me keep coming back and doing this thing, man. Like, because this helps me too, right? Like, and that's the beauty of God and God's word. Just in my opinion, right? But the beauty of God's word is the fact that it does nothing but boost and help. I'm just forever grateful, dude. Thank you very much, Darth Matt. See, that's a W for the channel right there, as far as I'm concerned. Because, you know, just learning this has changed a lot in my life today, right? Just learning this. And to see that, like, me learning... See, I need to watch him, dude. I don't know anything about Jay Dyer. Like, I think I've, like, kind of halfway seen one of his debates, and I'd love to actually, like, kind of dive in and listen to his stuff, because, you know, everyone tells me he's an absolute ledge, dude. All right. So this is Colossians 3, 1-4. That was the other verse that was listed on the verse of the day today. So, therefore, if you've been raised with Christ, keep seeking the things that are above, where Christ is, seated at the right hand of God. It says, set your minds on the things that are above, not on the things that are on earth. For you have died, and your life is hidden with Christ in God. When Christ, who is our life, is revealed, and you also will be revealed with him in glory. I can't wait. I can't wait, man. God's coming, boys. Autistic theologian and boss of online apologetics. I can't understand him half the time, but he's funny. No, like, see, I like that kind of stuff, though, dude. I'm with it. I'm with it, right? Like, that's good stuff. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, yeah. See, I'm trying not to drink as much when I jump on Jess's channel, because sometimes I'm cool, and then other times, man, I'll fucking fly off the handle and make a butt of myself on her channel, and I try not to do that. I'm working on it, you know what I mean? Always helps give us what we're missing. We're called to learn Jesus' word, his teachings. It calms my heart and allows me clarity and peace. Absolutely, bro. Absolutely. Jay Dyer versus Orthodox Jew call-ins are pure gold. Really? If you can post a link onto some good like clips, if you have some, dude, we can go over some, man. I'm not starting the Bible study for another like 2 hours, so. Nice, dude. Thanks, Vista.
He takes a stand, lifting the broken from sinking sand. No pulpit, no stage, just
this is amazing. Watch.
For God and country, he helps the land.
All right. Darth Matt, you told me to take a look at this before, and I never actually did. I want to apologize, so we'll do that on stream right now. Okay, give me just a sec. I apologize for that, brother. Let me.
Right before his eyes.
Jesus made mistakes.
This is amazing. Watch the truth unravel right before his eyes.
Jesus made mistakes. Jesus forgot. Hold on, wait. He made mistakes. He forgot things.
What did he forget?
Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani. My Lord, why have you forsaken me?
Wait.
When he was supposedly on the cross,
Where did he say he forgot that? What did he forget?
Because supposedly he doesn't know, if he's God, supposedly, according to you, he's supposed to know his divine mission, right? And he's but yet on the cross, he's looking up to the sky saying, Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani, which translates from the Aramaic, my God, why have you forsaken me? So why would God think that God forsaken
You know,
him?
that's interesting.
He forgot his divine mission? The cornerstone of Christianity.
It's funny that you say that in this verse. It shows that Jesus forgot his divine mission when he's quoting a psalm that points to his divine mission. Where does my God, where have you forsaken me? Where does that come from?
Tell me.
Psalm 22.
Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani.
Yeah, that's literally how Psalm 22 starts off. But you want to know what else is in there?
Go ahead.
It says that bulls surround me, they encompass me, they mock me, they say, the Lord, he delights in the Lord, let him save him. He's beloved by the Lord, let him bring him down. Sound familiar? That's what they were saying to Jesus on the cross.
I'm not familiar with Psalm 22.
All right, no worries. But also when we get to verse 16, it also says this, that it says, they encompass me, they make their mouths at me, they pierced my hands and my feet. That's John chapter 19. And then in the next verse it says, the Roman soldiers gambled over Jesus' clothes, they pierced his hands and his feet, they mocked him and surrounded him. He's surrounded by his enemies. Jesus is literally...
This was Psalms 22?
Psalm 22.
Okay.
So Jesus on the cross is literally pointing to his divine mission by saying, my God, why have you forsaken me? He ain't forget nothing.
Okay.
He's saying, y'all don't know.
That was a great point.
Thank you.
Okay.
Definitely helps to know scripture.
Wow.
And I hope this young man's eyes were open to the truth. I hope he seeks the Lord. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. This is
Yo, that was good stuff, man. I wish I would have looked at that earlier, Darth Matt. I'm sorry, bro. Okay, did you send the clip? Up in the God and Country tab of Discord. Okay. Yeah, let's pull these up. All right. What's up, N-word? Good to see you, my man. How you doing, brother? All right. Yeah, he did, dude. He did. He came back with the heat on that guy. Yeah. See, I've seen God Logic's, I've seen his channel around, but I haven't actually taken time to look into it. You know what I mean? And I think him and Jay Dyer are a couple people that I really should start looking into. Simply because, and I've said this quite a few times. I don't debate Christianity. Hey, look at that, bro. Hell, that's what's up, dude. That's great, man. But, I don't, 100%, dude, which needs to happen a lot more often, just saying. But, there's I don't debate Christianity because I'm not as well read up on it as these guys are. You know what I mean? Yes, Darth Matt. Lady Liberty's in the chat, boys. Lady Liberty's in the chat. Please. That's the new salute icon, guys. That's the new salute, all right? It has nothing to do with the Germans. It's got nothing to do with the Yahtzee. It's got nothing to do with any of that. It is the Lady Liberty salute, boys. Just so we're very clear, okay? It is the Lady Liberty salute, all right? Liberty salute. Well, Lady Liberty salute sounds kind of gay. I'm not going to lie. It's just the Liberty salute, damn it. It's the fucking Liberty salute. All right. Anyway, let's get this clip started. I'm gonna be fair use with this one. So, yeah. What's going on, Ashton? Welcome in, brother. Always good to see you. Always good to see you. It's a pleasure, my man. A pleasure, a pleasure, a pleasure. All right, let's get this Jay Dyer clip going.
Hello, Jay. Can you hear me or not?
Yes.
So I'm an Orthodox Jew, and I just want to have a discussion with you regarding Jesus and the fulfillment of the messianic prophecies.
Okay.
What's up, Hater? How you doing, man?
what
Good to see you. Good to see you.
So I just want to ask a few questions because I'm not really sure what sect of Christianity you are in. So
Inward. There is a statue in our country of a woman, as you know. I know you're not new to this fact, but as you know, you're not. There's a statue of a woman holding her arm straight out, and she's holding the torch, right? What's going on, Beth? Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. I'm doing great. I hope you're doing well as well. How are you? How are you? So this is the Liberty salute, guys. It's the Liberty salute, okay? This has nothing to do with 40s Germany. It has nothing to do with the mustachy folks, okay? We're bringing it back, gentlemen. We are bringing it back. We're bringing it back, okay? Damn it. That is a national icon in this country. It is a national icon. We're bringing it back, okay? The military does this. The Lady Liberty does this. So we're bringing it back. All right.
well, I know you guys have different views, you know. So
Right. Well, I'm
okay.
Orthodox Christian, so Eastern Orthodox.
Okay, Eastern Orthodox. That's nice because my best friend's actually Eastern.
Wait, does that say we be saying things and shit? Is that what that says in the background? Hold on. Wait a minute. That is hilarious. No way, bro. That is fantastic. All right, I'm definitely going to be watching this guy from now on. For sure, dude.
So do you believe in the new covenant as mentioned in Jeremiah 31?
Yes.
And you believe that's been fulfilled or partially fulfilled or waiting to be fulfilled? Like, what do you believe it to be?
Well, we believe that at the first coming of the Messiah, he brought the reality of that new covenant that is characterizing our age.
Abe, if you need some more rest, bro, get you some rest if you ain't got nothing else going on. You know what I mean? For you, brother, I say that out of love, I promise. He rips into the, oh, yeah. Oh, dude, and he should. He should. Those are the most actively and violently racist people in the country, okay? Remember the Covington kids? Where, like, the whole thing got started because a bunch of these, like, real Hebrew Israelites or whatever they were called, they started, like, talking shit to him and were threatening him. Like, they are on par with the white robe folks, okay? White robe folks are just as dumb as they are, okay? In my opinion, right? He was playing like 1976 Okinawa jams the other day. Oh, yeah. I got to look into this guy. He's definitely piqued my interest now. He's a little bit of a meme lord. I like that.
And then the fullness of that will be brought in at the eschaton. So it's a both and, yes.
Okay, so like if we do have a discussion, I'm not sure if you do want to, but I'm just wondering if it's possible if we can stick to the Old Testament exclusively and just adhere to what the Old Testament says, if it's okay, right?
Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, I know. Well, obviously, I understand you wouldn't accept the New Testament, so no, I don't have a problem with that.
Also, it's like, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but when Jesus says he's mentioned in the scriptures, that's not referring to the letters of Paul or Acts.
Of course.
That's referring to the 5 books of Moses and
sure.
Perhaps. So my contention with your interpretation regarding Jeremiah 31 is it like in verse 31 it mentions something that is quite fundamental in the whole sort of aspect of the future. Is it mentions the house of Israel and the house of Judah?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure you're well aware how the house of Israel was expelled 800 or so years before Jesus, right?
Mm-hmm.
Give or take. So if you want to make the argument that it's been fulfilled within the time of Jesus, then how do you reconcile the fact that it mentions the house of Israel and the house of Judah when in reality they have not been restored? And this is evident within Jeremiah itself when he mentions in Jeremiah 30 verse 3 as well as 31 verse 10 as well as Zechariah and Ezekiel. They all mention the restoration of the house of Israel and the house of Judah.
Right, and I'm familiar with what you're saying with like Ezekiel talks about there will never be any more division, that the two will be joined back together, right?
Right, that's 36.
Yeah.
So obviously, when the house of Israel and the house of Judah are being referenced, that's within the scope of the Old Testament. That's always referring to the inhabitants of the house of Israel, of the house of Judah, or at least the kingdoms. It's never referring to anyone other than the house of Israel and the house of Judah.
Right.
You would agree with that?
Well,
right?
Actually, no. Here we would depart because the way we interpret that is that in the first century, there were descendants who were, in large part, the entirety of the church. So the church in the, like say after the death of Christ up to Acts chapter 10 is almost entirely Jewish converts. So we interpret that because if you look at Acts, I understand you don't accept this. I'm just telling you this.
Yeah, Acts chapter 2.
Right. So Acts talks about the house, the tabernacle of David being rebuilt and restructured in the fulfillment of the church.
Right. But that's my contention.
Oh, so I wasn't aware that the tabernacle gets reconstructed. That's interesting. I mean, we haven't gotten there yet. I haven't read the Old Testament, so that's really, just out of my own ignorance. You know what I mean? But well, we're definitely going to get there. Yes, yeah. I definitely lost last night. I had to quit. All right, let's get back to it, boys.
Is that nowhere in Jeremiah or nowhere in any of these prophets does it mention a replacement to the church or even a hint to the church.
By the way, I stop and pause frequently, even just to make small little commentaries to make sure this stays fair use. So I apologize if it seems I might be pausing like a little too much or too frequently. I just want to make sure my bases are covered when it comes to copyright on YouTube. That's it.
Well, then obviously we're not. It's not a replacement. It's the fulfillment. So that's two different ideas. So replacement would be like the things that came before don't count. That's why it's a fulfillment. So it's a totally different paradigm where we're saying that all of these prophecies are fulfilled, not just in the person of Christ, but who is, for example, in Isaiah, like Isaiah 53, we would say that he's the servant. He is Israel, right? So right. Jesus is the person.
Right. So if we can stick to like one prophecy, because to go jumping to.
Okay, but here's the thing. So I understand what you're saying, but here's the thing about the way a lot of prophecies work, and even the way, for example, I have the Jewish Study Bible. It will admit that messianic prophecies are sometimes just sections of a chapter, not the entire chapter or the entire book. So not everything in Jeremiah 31 is necessarily part of.
What's going on, Big Soda Corey Barton? How you doing today, my friend?
I'm doing great. How's everybody doing today?
I'm doing wonderful. And it seems like some folks are doing pretty well. Hopefully Darth Matt starts to feel better.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Them ear infections, man, they can get pretty brutal.
That is good advice right there, Beth, for sure. Thank you, Darth Matt. I appreciate it, man. How are you doing today, brother? How was work?
That wasn't too bad. You know, just delivering big soda to everyone who needs it.
Hey, dude. I was trying to think of a funny like pun, but I couldn't think of one in time.
Well, I mean, to be fair, the people who drink big soda usually are big puns.
Yeah, fair, yeah. I haven't given my money to Big Soda in quite a while. It's been a minute. I'm gonna be
honest. You probably do, and you just don't know it. Because you would be shocked at some of the stuff that comes through. Like any bottled water connects back to Big Soda. Any energy drink connects back to Big Soda. Any soda connects back to Big Soda. We have milk products, but not dairy milk, more powdered milk. Yep.
I have a Brita filter and a coffee maker, my friend. So if they have a hand,
fair. Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
If they have a hand in Folgers, you know, hey man, it is what it is. But other than that, dude, I'm not supporting the Big Soda right now. Maybe the way I should be. You know?
No. I mean, to be fair, Big Soda, it's big cancer, big metal, big microplastic,
big diabetes,
big beatus.
Big beatus.
I shouldn't say that. My wife can come in here and yell at me. She's type 1 diabetes, so she gets the type 2 comparisons a lot, especially from old people. Old people will be like, "Oh, I got diabetes," and she'll be like, "Well, no, mine's a lot different. I was born with this. I can't help this."
Yeah.
She'll just say you're just fat.
Yeah. So I got lucky, man. I mean, you know, like when I was younger, I drank a bunch of soda and energy drinks and stuff like that, and I didn't quit for any particular reason. I just don't partake anymore.
I'm gonna be honest. Now it'll be better if like once we get the cane sugar. I guess once I think like 2026, once all the the Maha policies come into effect. But I mean, that syrup's still dangerous, even without the corn syrup and all that.
Be safe out there, Beth. Yeah, no, 100%. Honestly, like RFK, he's been crushing the game. Okay, I want to be very, very clear about that. RFK is killing it, dude. Absolutely killing it. He took the C19 vax off the childhood schedule. You know what I mean? That's massive.
Where they recommend the children under the age of 5. What vaccine is it? COVID. No. They recommend it. He said he's going to take out Red 40. It's on everything.
It's on the schedule.
It's not until 2026. Yeah. Well, you got to think
schedule though. Like you can't even fight against it. They put them. You either get all of them or none of them. Am I wrong? Yeah, like I don't have a kid, so I can't say. But
We'll see. What's been happening more recently is they've been trying to combine vaccines into one shot, and so like now I can't think of an example off the top of my head because I mean my daughter still has to go for her vaccines, but I've heard from virologists that to make it easier, they've been trying to find ways to combine vaccines into one shot, kind of a do-all. And that just seems terrible to me because it seems like the problem with vaccines, it's not necessarily that they do certain things. It's the fact that the government has this weird tendency to push things onto us.
Yes.
And so they don't have, it's because like polio, for example, the polio vaccine, everyone should take that. The only
Yeah.
problem is it took like 80 years for us to get a relatively safe polio vaccine. Like
Not
it's
8
not
months.
something that, yeah, it's not like something that was just forced down. And so not to get too deep into it, but what they did during CVID, crazy. I'm talking about just abnormal if you think about how they do the child medicine. 'Cause usually they're like, okay, well, we'll allow medicines for pretty much everybody but two people, pregnant women and children, just because, well, we need separate studies for those. And they skipped over that during CVID.
See, Mr. Fista, so I don't know.
Mm.
I'm not as educated when it comes to the body as it seems like, at least from the way that, like, I've read some of your comments, that you are, you know. So see, what I'm saying is, like, sometimes, like, when I read what you what you comment, especially in regards to stuff like this, it's fucking gibberish to me. I have no idea what you're talking about.
But see, that's
I'm not
kind of what
educated.
that's what they're betting on. It's like, especially pharmaceutical companies. Pharmaceutical companies knows that you're not going to go through and read, studies and be up to date. In fact, doctors don't even do that. I mean, don't get me wrong, some doctors do, but you think doctors that are prescribing the medicine are reading full reports on what the medicine does or side effects before they recommend it? Or is it something to be like, hey, try it out, and if anything crazy happens, just let me know, and then we're going to hurry up and get you off of it?
Yeah.
And it's crazy because it's like, especially when you see FDA and how they, I guess, give contracts to medicines and allow approval and stuff like that. It's really just experimentation until something goes awry. That's dangerous. That's real
Yeah.
dangerous.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm the shutdown, the pandemic really destroyed my faith in the medical industry in this country. And it's a damn shame too, because, like, for a long time, at least to me, there was a lot of benefit that they had. And now, yeah, absolutely. I know that much. Yeah.
It's gonna be a crazy thing, but like it's weird because I don't think a state run medical system is gonna work better. I think it's gonna work worse. But capitalism and medicine don't go hand in hand. So I don't know any other system that would benefit it. But I do know state run medicine, the worst idea. And something that's a little bit better, but not by much, a capitalist system in medicine. But it's kind of like, it's not geared toward the people that are buying it. It's geared toward the people making it.
Well, so okay. Here's my only pushback on that, right? If we were in, like, free market medical industry, in my opinion, things would be a lot cheaper. But that's not how it goes. So these massive pharmaceutical companies, when they make these drugs, they make them with this really safe cushion and false market that our tax dollars pay for through our own patent systems when it comes to releasing new medications.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I can pull the CBO thing up again. Like, they outline it in plain black and white.
Yeah.
You know, if they weren't allotted this luxury of being able to be completely uncompeted with, and they basically have all the risk mitigated by taxpayers' dollars. If those two things weren't in effect and operate the way that they do, I think medicines would be a lot cheaper.
Oh, it's like, I agree with that, but the component of having like a medicine that has to be approved by the FDA and like this weird system that we have, like, take away all the other bullshit around the medical industry, but just the FDA approval and then, large corporations. It's kind of like this system I don't think works quite effective. I'm not saying we should get rid of the FDA, but I'm saying it's weird when, instead of just us trying it and figuring it out and, you know, doing the research on it ourselves, since the FDA has to approve it, well, that just tells me, well, if, you know, certain companies are probably going to be get more beneficial treatment because of lobbies.
Yeah.
And so it's this weird, like, but I mean, to be fair, I think you're right. I think a free market system, especially if we can remove as much government from it as possible, would result in cheaper medicine. I think the only problem with that is I don't think there's a good argument that we have to remove the FDA from it. And I think even the FDA being, I guess, the ultimate approver of medication and stuff like that, still is going to create that, I guess, weird element with, you know, I guess certain companies taking advantage of that, if that makes sense.
So here would be my thing, right? And this would make so okay. One of the most basic concepts in economics, and it's the most widely agreed upon, like no one is arguing this fact, okay?
Yeah.
The more competition you have in a market, the cheaper the price.
Oh yeah.
So what I would say is, before the FDA, see, I don't think it's that there should be no FDA. My thing is, I think there's too much regulation by the FDA.
Yeah.
And there's an element of favoritism there, because it's never one of the generic companies that gets approved first. It's always like Pfizer, Moderna, Purdue. Like Purdue's not around anymore, but you get where I'm coming from. Like all the massive pharmaceutical companies, they're the ones that get their drugs approved first. And then the way FDA approval, the patent system, and all of the statutes that surround that operate is True Few, what's going on? Welcome in. Slim, how you doing today? Awesome to see you. Yeah, so but the way that, right, exactly, Mr. Fista, exactly, yeah. But the way that our patent system and the statutes around that operate is these massive pharmaceutical companies get to release a drug that was almost entirely funded by fucking taxpayers' dollars. So we cover R&D funding, right? Do we know what percentage of R&D funding? No, we don't. But I've already pulled up the NIH reporter, which is on their fucking website, and you can see even this year, I can scroll down. Fuck it, dude. I'll just pull it up again. I mean, like, it's like this is one of those things that's absolutely sickening to me, because there are people that are pushing for our tax dollars to essentially be used as like a blank check to these pharmaceutical companies. Yep. Okay.
I can guarantee you, I know how it operates. That the federal government, they ask for, hey, can we see your ledgers on what you spent for research and development? And I wouldn't be shocked if these corporations try and slide every amount of expenditure, try and lean it toward research and development, so that way they can have tax dollars paying off stuff that isn't directly tied to research and development.
Correct. Yeah. So this is as you can see, I try to make it as big as possible. This is on the right. See, a lot of this stuff goes to universities and shit for studies, but what are these studies used for? These studies are used for, this is a risky process to get information on what exactly they need to put together in order to construct medications, like or treatment options, right? So if you look on the right, these are dollar amounts, and some of them don't seem all that crazy. I mean, they're pretty fucking high. $100,000 would literally change my life right now. But then you have some of them that are over 2 million, over 2 million, over $1 million. Okay, so just so we understand the full scope of this, all of this is taxpayers' dollars. Okay,
yep.
And this is from reporter.nih.gov. Okay, this is the NIH website. You can look this up yourself. All right, just that baffling to me. Okay.
Well, what makes it even scarier was Fauci's sand flea experiments in here. Was when the SARS was being studied in the University of, I think, Texas or something like that, when it was over here in the States before they moved it to Wuhan, was it being paid by taxpayer dollars, or all the I forget the term for it, when you genetically enhance a virus, gain of function research, was that being paid on tax dollars expense?
Yes,
I mean, I kind of already know it was, but I'm talking about are we talking like multiple elements? Are we saying not only was the project funded by Fauci, but are we saying all the research and development that the private university of the University of Texas? I don't know if they're private, they could be state, but it's like there's multiple elements of taxpayers' dollars being paid to these experiments, in which when we find out the experiments, oh, these aren't even for beneficial gain. These are just for studying and making viruses more deadly.
Well, and the thing that really like starts to get to me, okay, is if universities don't need to pay these exorbitant amounts of money for their studies, what the fuck are they paying for?
I mean, do you want me to be honest? Because I guarantee you, these universities are not only getting paid by tax dollars, but are probably partnering with pharmaceutical companies and taking home taxpayer dollars and taking home corporation dollars, and
Of course.
it's their way of making money. And the pharmaceutical set, and on the pharmaceutical side, you're like, hey, I don't have to go and buy a whole company, to develop this drug. I can get this university to do it almost solely off taxpayer dollars. I make no investment, or I don't have to spend no research and development. I don't have to do anything. I can just give it to them. I guess they develop the study. I then pay them for the study, buy the study, and now I have the drug and the study.
Right. So here's my thing with this. As you can see, it's still going. And then it's going to hit the bottom. It's going to stop. It's going to say loading, and then it's going to keep going and keep going and keep going. By the way, this is just so far this year.
It's a couple months.
We're not even 2/3 of the way through the year yet.
And you could see all the different agencies that pay for it.
Right. It gets cycled through all these different agencies. This money gets put all the way through the system. And here's the thing, right? Okay. So I'm not necessarily against us having money put towards things that are actually benefiting like the growth and research of stuff. My issue is, how the fuck do these big ass corporations get to utilize this, make massive profits off of it, and then charge us insane amounts of money? And then these same people are going to be, these same exact people are the ones who are advocating for, well, no, we should just be able to use taxpayers' dollars for everything. It's a social contract. No, it's not a social contract when a massive corporation is going to be benefiting off of it to the tune of literally fucking billions. I'm sorry. That does not compute. No one is ever going to be able to convince me of this. Like, state-funded healthcare, until we handle these massive corporations who are getting their risks mitigated by the taxpayers' dollars already, until we figure out how to get this under control, we don't need to be putting any more fucking tax dollars towards healthcare.
Do you know how they make money outside of, I guess, tax dollars as well? So you'll see this more. You'll see this more on the stock market side. So what these pharmaceutical companies will do is, generally these companies don't make money. So there's not a profound way to make money when you're just developing a drug or developing a study around a drug. But the way they do make money is, so they'll release kind of phases of drug experiments. So they'll have phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and all these different studies. So what this will do is, when that good news of, let's say, we had beneficial, reports of phase 1 study, that their stock will increase, because a lot of people are like, oh, we got good news with this company. I'm gonna go ahead and invest in the stock. So what happens is, when it'll cause this rebounding effect of a bunch of people investing in the stock, it shoots up the price. And so what they'll do is they'll do an offering. They'll say, okay, since there's this many people interested in our stock, we're going to release a whole bunch of new stocks. And what this is going to do is we can use the money that we make off all these new stocks, and then we profit however much we make by selling these new, I guess, offered stocks. So you can make upwards of like, I don't know, 5, 10, 15, depending on how big of a company you are. You can make 5, 10, 15, $20 million in a single day just by this offering. And so they can bring in this money, you know, keep this money, and then just have the taxpayers fund the research and development of the phases. So you pretty much you're making free money off just news. You can just say, hey, we had beneficial results in the study, make $20 million that day, and then the research can get paid for later on by the taxpayer's expense.
See, here's my thing, okay? This is the fairest system I think would go into this, okay? Whatever percentage of money that they put in, like take the entire amount of money that's put into developing a drug, okay? All of the overhead, every dime that's spent, right? Whatever percentage of the money that they put into it, not a specific dollar amount, because I understand like there's probably more money spent than profits they make, right?
Mm-hmm.
But whatever percentage of money that they spend in the overhead, they get to keep that percentage of the profits. The rest of it goes right back into the system to like fund Medicare, fund Medicaid.
I will say I disagree on a small element, because a lot of these pharmaceutical companies, what they'll do is they'll develop a drug and then they'll sell that drug to large corporations. So it's kind of like they only have to spend a portion of the money, and then once the drug gets developed, they're going to get a massive payday. So Vivek Ramaswamy, he talked about this because he has a bio company and everything called Relevant. And so what he does is he will pretty much scan the market and look at all these smaller companies who are developing these drugs. Then his only role is to be like, okay, well, this company's in phase 3. It's only waiting for an FDA approval. Then it can hit the market. So he's going to buy this specific drug for tens of fifties of hundreds of millions of dollars. And then he's going to sell it through his company. So literally the company that's actually developing the research and the drug, they get a massive payday for this drug, and they don't have to be the ones to sell it. That's why, like, if you go on the stock market and you go on the pharmaceutical side, there's tens of thousands of pharmaceutical companies, all worth maybe $1, maybe a couple cents, this, that, and the third, because their only job is, hey, we're going to throw a bunch of money into this medicine, and eventually, if it works out, we get a massive payday. And I'm talking like insane amount of pharmaceutical companies. But the only pharmaceutical companies that are actually have FDA approvals and selling pharmaceuticals are the massive corporations like Pfizer, Moderna, Vivek's company, a couple other companies, because they're only looking for these small companies who are developing drugs, and they're like, here, take this quick payday out. We will take over your medicine. We'll develop. We already have the FDA approval. We already have the study behind it. We have all the trial data and all this, and we can just develop your medicine and sell it. Sometimes it works out and you get something like, I don't know, ivermectin. Sometimes it doesn't, and you get a, medicine that you don't really make that much money on. Is it like the pharmaceutical industry? Like, I know you did like a little 2-hour run through on your channel about it. It's so crazy. You could probably spend 15 hours straight on a podcast just talking about all different elements of some of the weird aspects on how these pharmaceutical companies make massive amounts of money.
We'll see.
I recommend that to everyone in the chat, by the way. It's a really good little piece that Lower Class put together.
Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate it. Yeah. That was where the channel first came from. It was Started from just like reading a bunch of stuff online and getting fucking pissed about it. And then
It gets your blood going. You need the medication after reading it.
right, yeah. Give me some of that clonidine, bro. I'm getting all hyped up over here, you know.
And then I hate to derail it, but look at the companies that were buying opioids overseas because that's the cheapest place to get it. And it's like,
Right.
if you can get that into the country, well, now look at the opioid epidemic that's, arose. I don't know. It's probably been a lot longer than 30 years, but just look at 30 years alone. Like, the opioid epidemic's getting insane. Same thing
Yeah.
with fentanyl. All these drugs, it's kind of like when they first entered our market, they were all pharmaceutical drugs. And all of them, what happened? Well, overprescribing, I guess, conditioning element to where doctors were like, oh, well, I can understand the pain. Let me give you, I'm probably misusing the drug, but Klonopin, or let me give you the oxycodones or whatever. And it's like, and then what happens is Americans abuse them. And then I guess who takes the blame for that? Because I don't think no one's gotten the blame for it so far.
Yeah. Mr. Fista's got a real good point here. So, yes, the food pyramid is wrong. It's wrong on many levels. What people say is it's actually upside down. The amount of carbs that people should be eating is very, very, very small, and it's specific kinds of carbs, right? Not like enriched wheat flour and shit. It's like barley and oats, getting things like quinoa, there's good complex carbs that are very good for you that you can eat in very small amounts, because this is a small bit that I know. Carbs transition into triglycerides, which is like sugars in your blood or fats in your blood, one of the two, I can't remember. But so when you eat bread or rice or carbs in general, it transitions into sugars in your body. Yeah. Fiber rich, yes. No? What was I wrong? Was I wrong, Mr. Fista? See, I'm not educated on this stuff, so that's what I'm saying. I don't know this very well.
South Park did an episode about this, where James Cameron goes on one of his little adventures, and then they like NASA discovers that the food pyramid's upside down, and they're like, you have to flip it, and they flip the food pyramid upside down, and South Park clowning on him. But South Park talked about this, I don't know, maybe a decade ago. Now, to be fair, there's probably been people talking about it since the moment we were lied to by massive corporations who did studies, and we were also lied to about fats. Like, there was big conversations around whether fats was good for you. Is that the fats that you should avoid fats? And it turned out, well, no, it's not that you need to avoid fats. It's the sugar. The sugar is what you need to avoid.
Right.
But the sugar industry had claws in everything. They were like, no, the sugar's fine. And there's all these weird kind of lies that we've been told to because massive corporations got their hands in the lobbying aspects of it.
Yeah. No, I mean, so yeah, Mr. Fista, that's what it is. So real bad kind of carbs, they turn into sugars in your body. But from what I heard is like there's a direct correlation between that and triglycerides, right? Which I don't know. I think triglycerides is fat in the blood. I don't remember though. Then it goes to the bloodstream, raises blood sugar, causes insulin to release from the pancreas, and then it causes GLUT4 receptors in your cells to suck glucose out of the bloodstream.
Well, see, this is also where my girl's type 1 diabetes comes in, kind of plays a part in this. She has to constantly eat carbs because she's no longer in control of her body's natural order of monitoring her glucose. So she has to give herself insulin. Okay, girl, don't yell at me. And so she has to constantly give herself insulin because it can depending on what she eats, it just rises or it drops, depending on, what she's eating, what she's doing. And so, like, if it goes too high, it's what's called DKA, where her kidneys start developing this poison type chemical to where if it stays in there long enough, it'll kill her. But if she drops too low, she literally like will pass out. Like it's like when you look at her, it's literally someone losing consciousness. So it's like she just starts to like lay back, and I'm told I've had so many emergencies with this. It's scary. It's real scary. But to be fair, the passing out isn't the scary part. It's the high blood sugar, or high blood sugar, because what happens is it starts to develop that poison. And so she'll develop this poison in her body. Oh, okay. Never mind. My girlfriend just corrected me. Lows are just as bad because you can have seizures. Like your body will seize up and oh shit. She said it can happen hours later, days later. Like you just never know.
So Big Soda just announced they're going to start selling real sugar Coke. It's no longer going to be called Mexican Coke.
I was going to say
it's going to be American Coke, baby. Let's go. Let's go. We're taking it all from Mexico. There's no more Gulf. There's no more Coca-Cola. We're taking it back, baby. Let's go.
Right now, if you buy glass bottles,
let me get them Lady Liberties in the chat, gentlemen. Lady Liberties in the chat.
Right now, if you buy glass Coke, you're getting cane sugar, and if you buy plastic bottles, you're getting high fructose corn syrup, and we sell them both in every area. So it's like, how bizarre is that?
Yeah,
it's insane. Like, because I mean, it's I don't know why. I guess high fructose corn syrup is frowned upon in Mexico, but we built a whole glass bottling plant down there to where they make glass bottles. So it's like, think about it. A place that's more corrupt than us has standards in their food that we don't have. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Place is run by the cartels. Like, every election season, like 40 politicians get murdered, and yet they prioritize their food more than we do.
That's right. America. See,
America.
This is the way shit's been going, and it's ending. It is fucking ending. I'm telling you. Like, look, there's a lot of stuff Trump has done that I'm not a big fan of recently. I am slowly but surely being affirmed that my theory is correct, that right before the midterms, they're going to start throwing a bunch of charges and handcuffs on people. I know everyone's saying, I don't think they're going to do it. I don't think they're going to do it. I don't know, bro.
You've been saying it. It's been happening. Did you see what Tulsi Gabbard said today?
Yes, I did, man.
She put that, I don't know what they call it, like referral on the DOJ's desk.
Yep.
Saying we need this. And I'm going to be honest. The more and more I get deeper and deeper into her report, she's got something. She's got some stuff.
There you go. American, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Yes, sir. Let's go, dude.
And then, because think about it. Trump's been taking massive victories. Maha, immigration, tariffs.
Yep.
Yeah, I know it's still kind of soon, but to me, tariffs seem to be looking like they're doing good. We're getting trade deals. We just got another trade deal with Japan. And it's wins, but a couple L's, and I don't know why he's taking them. He don't need to.
He doesn't.
And it's silly L's. It's stuff like, come on, man. You know better.
All right. Consumer sentiment on the economy right now. 19% chance of a recession this year. Down from 66.
You make my burger.
That's the consumer sentiment right now. That's what it's saying on Polymarket. It's not like that is not actual, like, data backing that. That's consumer sentiment. But what that translates to, when people think there is not going to be a recession, they start to spend more. And what happens when you spend more is the economy booms.
And to be fair, I trust Polymarket more than I trust polls because this is people's money they're putting behind it. Like
Right.
it's real easy to vote it. It's really to say, oh, in the poll in this poll that's for free, they ask you a question. Oh yeah, I think this way. Well, put your money behind it. And it's like, oh well, I don't really think that way. If I had to bet, I'm gonna bet the other way.
Where do they even get people to do fucking polls? I've
Uh,
never been asked to do a poll in my life. Have you?
it's something you sign up for, and it's like most polls. They have a collection of people that subscribe into the polls. Now, not everyone. I know Rasmussen will do what they'll collect phone data and then they'll send out messages or they'll send out emails and try and pull people in. But some polls they just have a list and they'll be like, okay, go down the list. Let's ask this person. No answer. Let's ask the next person. Okay, well, this person says that he's a Republican and he says this. And generally that's how they do it.
Okay. Damn, Scott, dude, I am so sorry. I didn't know that. I'm sorry about that.
Well, that's probably the worst. Like being married to my type 1 diabetic, I've been in the hospital so many times. There's been so many times like she's passing out in the passenger seat or like I was real nervous during COVID. Like I took it a little bit more seriously than probably anybody, a lot of other people, because it's an autoimmune disease. So it's like I get real nervous anytime she gets sick because her
Yeah.
cold is like my flu. Her, if she cuts her foot, we have to continuously clean it because what will happen is it'll become infected and then it'll affect their immune system. Just crazy stuff like that. Like type 1 diabetes, it's not a disability, but to me, I would argue to me, it seems like a disability. It seems like something that if you're not careful, you can die really easy.
Yeah.
And then you get to where you got to start cutting off limbs. You start to get glaucoma in the eyes, depending on how well you take care of it. And sometimes it doesn't even matter. It's type 1 diabetes. It's not to fuck with. Now, type 2 diabetes ain't nothing to fuck with too. But generally, like my girl's had type 1 diabetes, I think 20 years now. She got it when she was 3 from an illness. And the type 2, it seems like it's a progression thing. With type 1, it's like the moment you get it, you're fucked from here on out.
See, I know people who are diabetic, but I've never had that issue. My pancreas has always worked really well.
Mm-hmm.
So, really no one in my family, it's not something that runs in my family at all. I guess I just got really lucky along those lines, right?
Okay.
Like
I'm blessed. Because
Yeah,
like
same,
what I see she goes through, like she can't. I'm gonna be honest. She says she can work a job, but I doubt it. Just because it's kind of like she constantly has to be aware of her blood sugar. It's kind
Yeah.
of like she gets hit with sudden lows, which could cause her to pass out.
Yeah.
And like if she was in my job, or if I was in my job with her disability, I couldn't do my job. I really
Yeah.
couldn't.
Yeah.
So she's been a real trooper, and I lock her in my house and make her do my chores. Keep her locked in the basement and feed her every once in a while. But we're blessed because I'm dragging her along through life. She gets unmotivated a lot, but I'm still dragging her along.
Dude, you're a fucking shining light, bro. You know what I mean? That's a big thing. That's a big thing, That's awesome that you guys have that for each other. You know what I mean? I hope to have something like that one day myself, right?
Hey man, let's just say the Lord works in the most mysterious of ways.
He does.
Like mysterious, like you don't even see it coming, and then it just happens, and then you're like, "Well, damn, what did I do before this?"
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
But you know, I got to give all credit to the Lord.
Absolutely.
As much
Thank God. Praise God.
as much ego as I would like to say I played into it, nah, it was none of me. Nothing
Yeah.
to do with me.
Right. Same here, dude. That's why, like, like whenever I talk about like my history of drug addiction and stuff and like getting off drugs, it's funny because people say like, man, good on you for doing that. And I'm like, I was one little tiny part in that equation.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like God put me in the right place with the right people at the exact right time I needed to. It was a point in my life where I was at my lowest low and I was willing to finally just let things go and stop trying to, if things didn't happen the exact way they needed to happen, I would not have gotten sober. And I'm not the one that orchestrated that. You know what
That's why I sent you that parable, because I was like, man, it's like the way Lower Class explains it. I was like, this parable's for him. I was like, because it's kind of like, you know, it's a sheep isn't worried about, you know, the 100 people that are safe or the 100 sheeps that are safe. Like a shepherd, he's not worried about the sheeps that are safe. His biggest concern is with the sheeps that need a little guidance, who need a little help getting back to the path.
What's up, EOD? Welcome in, bro. Thank you for stopping by. Hey, glad to have you, man.
My favorite ginger, the Lord of the Mods.
Said Rob had that a picture of EOD up on his channel earlier, man. He's looking buff, dude. You been hitting the gym, bro? You been getting ready for them D&D sessions, man. You got to go out there and slay the I don't know much about D&D, man. I'm sorry. I'm trying to riff. I wish I did, dude. I definitely want to come by and enjoy that later if you're down.
I will say, like, D&D gets a bad rap, but if you sit down with, especially with a group of people who are really into it, holy fuck, does that shit get so much fun. I've played D&D maybe 7 times in my entire life, and like every time I've had a blast.
Yeah.
Now, a couple of them, I will say, I was drinking, so you know there was a little bit of influence involved with it. But man, it is so much fun.
By the way, guys, that's EOD's channel. Please go sub to his channel. He deserves it. He's got a great channel, great dude. Please give him a sub if you haven't already. I know a bunch of guys in here already have, but if you haven't yet, I highly recommend EOD's channel. He's a little more variety streamer than me. You know, he does gaming, he does politics, he does D&D, he does a lot of different stuff. So please give him a sub if you can. Rising tides raise all ships. You know, he's doing real good, by the way. He's coming up on 250, my man. What a legend, dude. You're doing great, EOD. Keep up the good work, dude. Keep up the great work, man. You're doing great.
Shout out EOD. King of the Gingers, Lord of the Mods.
Yeah, dude. The Dungeon Master.
Oh, Cat, you ain't supposed to be up there. Oh well. Good luck getting down.
See, Charlie, Charlie's not light and nimble enough to jump up on the table, so I got to pick him up and hey, there you go, dude. No, you're good, man. You're good. Well, you got the game plan in motion, brother. That's what's up, dude. Good for you.
She just got fixed not that long ago, and she's already jumping around on things, and it's making me nervous because she still got stitches.
I definitely would like to jump in later if you don't mind. I don't know if you guys are in the middle of something, but I'll jump in. I always go with like in any kind of like RPG kind of thing, I go in as like a barbarian tank kind of character. So, you know, and be like Warhammer 40K, but medieval style. You know what I mean? That's how I go, man. Like when I play Marvel Rivals, I'm always a tank. I'm like Groot or Captain America or Thor, you know.
Solid lineups. See, I'm more of a rogue. I'm like a big soda salesman, like the snake oil salesman, you know. Got an overcoat, trench coat, you know.
Yeah.
Just trying to
Put
bring
a
big
poison
soda.
pack down and then run over and sell them the anti-venom or the cure.
I sell them the old school type of Coke, not this new stuff. We're talking like mid 1920s Coke.
Yeah, the good stuff. The
Stuff that,
good.
the stuff that kept the housewives, happy.
Yeah, man. I want to know. They do extract all of the Tony Montana stuff out of the
Yeah,
coca leaves, right?
we keep the flavor though. Yeah, I
But
think.
oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think we have contracts somewhere. At the places we buy it from, uh, they separate it. Some get sent to pharmaceutical companies, and we just take the actual flavoring extract, and we still put that in the drink. But now I would doubt we still do that just because artificial flavors have become a big thing. So we can probably develop that flavor without even needing natural flavors.
Well, Maha is. See,
We may have to go back. We
Can
may
I be
have to go
honest?
back.
Yeah, can I be honest? I do not like the anagram Maha, and let me show you why. Okay.
It's that surfer slang. Maha, dude.
No. This is all right. So this was Nickelodeon when I was a kid.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Which, God, this after watching that documentary, I feel so bad for this girl. But
what do you want? I'm Miss Hamrick, your new piano teacher. My name's Courtney. Hello, Courtney. Why don't we go to the piano? Shall we begin? Courtney, what are you doing? Trying to fly.
she has a tag on here. I'm trying to get to it. There it is.
Okay.
That's why I don't like that anagram, because that's what I think of every time someone says it.
I will tell you what. You want to know a company that covered up some really shady stuff? Nickelodeon.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. After I saw that documentary, bro, like I feel so bad for her. Look how her life turned out, dude. I mean, she ended up, just like people who suffer from childhood SA, that's how they end up. They end up horrible drug addicts with serious mental problems.
Now, don't get me wrong. It's not just Nickelodeon. Disney as well.
Yes.
It's a problem of having child actors is when you throw money at these children, like it opens the world to them. Because now it's all about who are you hanging out with. Look at people like Justin Bieber. Look at people like, I forget her name. She was part of the iCarly stuff. I think her name was Sam. Look at all these child star Amanda Bynes. Look at it's just all these young kids are given massive amounts of money, and it's like they get influenced into drugs. They get influenced into degenerate lifestyles. They get influenced. It's just like you ruin their lives because you create them into these, I guess, icons as children, and then they grow up, and then it's like, who am I now? And it's like they spend decades trying to figure out, fuck, what am I supposed to do now? Like, my show's over. They no longer need me. I made a lot of money. I'm not getting the residuals. I got a shitty deal. I'm addicted to drugs. I'm addicted to these terrible degeneracies. Look at Miley Cyrus. Like it's just I don't know. It breaks my heart,
dude. And like it's a very poorly kept secret that Hollywood is rife with PDFs.
Yep.
And when you involve child actors into that thing, You're literally putting the most vulnerable people in the most vulnerable position.
Yep. I mean, but to be fair, I will say some of these parents, it's kind of their fault too. Like the stories I would hear about Justin Bieber's parents, you know, when they would come here from Canada and bring Justin Bieber with them before Justin Bieber was able, I guess, legally allowed to move, they would allow him to stay with Usher over the weekend. Usher was big friends with Diddy at the time. And it's like we're talking 14, 15-year-old kid staying a weekend, staying sometimes weeks with people like Usher and Diddy. And it's like you're telling me that doesn't have something to do with the Justin Bieber we see now?
Yeah.
Like, oh, Joe, that's just I don't know. And then look at Harvey Weinstein. Look at I forget the other guy's name that worked for Nickelodeon. Dan Snyder, I think.
Yeah, that was
Yep.
the big Nickelodeon
Yep.
sitting in a hot tub with Amanda Bynes when she was
Yep.
like a young teenager, bro. That's like, oh.
Yeah, on the iCarly show, he would do these weird little feet episodes where like they would be like fetishizing their feet and like making them do weird stuff with their feet. Like I'm talking about, it's and they covered it. It's like they covered it up. All the Hollywood stars knew this. They knew Harvey Weinstein was a very sketchy person.
Yeah.
And he got away. He got away with it.
Because there was money involved in it for him, dude. And that's what it says in the Bible. The love of money is the root of all evil.
Yep. Because money gives you access. Money's what opens the door. You can be bad and be broke, but man, when you are rich, the doors that open for you.
Yeah. God's coming, dude.
He is.
God's coming.
I will tell you what. I don't want to say we need it, but man, some of these people show me that it needs to happen.
No, we need it, bro.
Yeah. Well, we do need it. I shouldn't say we don't need it, but like when I look at some of these lost people and like what they're doing, yeah, oh my goodness.
That's why this is the theme of God and Country.
Yep.
Because we need it, bro. We need it. I mean, bottom line.
I'm sorry for when you come down. Well, you're already seeing it, but man, I'm sorry for what you will see. I know he already sees it now, but when he comes down, hey, I'm sorry for what you see. Because it's not the best.
I have no idea about, dude.
Yeah.
That's the thing. So like with the big thing that was real scary to me to like kind of like I didn't necessarily look into it because I don't know anything about it, right? But the thing that was scary about to me back when like QAnon was really starting to pick up was when they started talking about how these people who've been sensual slaves, how they'll have kids that never get registered with like the Social Security. And you think that only happened once or twice?
Nope.
That could be happening on a scale that we have no idea about. There could be things going on that are so abhorrent that it would turn people's stomach to learn of things that are happening. And like, I can't say I've never seen any proof of it, right? But it's the fact that could be going on right now as we speak, and none of us have any idea about it.
Oh, it's been I think over a year and a half, but there's a house up and probably like 15 minutes away from where I live. There was a father, a brother, and someone else in their family that had a girl and her friend locked in a shed for, I don't know, it had to have been 7-8 months. And this girl was just reported missing, never found. And I think at the same time, I guess her friend was reported missing. And it's like for 7 or 8 months, it's like imagine being in a situation where you go from living your normal life to being locked in a shed. You don't know how you're going to get out. You don't know what's going on. You don't know when you're going to be freed. It's Oh, that just breaks my heart.
Yeah.
And then I think about all the immigrant children.
Yeah.
Who God knows what's happening to them.
Well, we already know that some of them have been trafficked into,
Yep.
like, into that fucking
Yep.
vile shit.
And
You know what I mean?
and it's like there's no guessing at that number. There's no guessing because I mean we can estimate. Probably was it like 400,000 children came across the border that we
Yeah,
know of,
it was 300,000, and that's just what's been documented. Okay.
and what's 10% of that? Like 30,000. What if
30,000.
10% of those are being trafficked right now? That a generous number of 10%.
And that's
It's
just
like,
what's been documented, dude.
yeah.
We have no idea. When you see hordes of people coming over the border, and not all of them are being. What's up, Aaron? Welcome in, dude. Not all of them are being documented, dude. It's impossible to even like comprehend the amount of people that came in.
No, you can't.
When we're talking, like, could be over 20 million people. It wasn't just 300,000.
No.
And that's what's been documented, right? Like, it's just, oh, dude.
And it's like how many of those kids died along the way?
Yeah.
How many of those kids were smuggled in through the cartel to where they're going to a certain spot to work for the cartel has ties to here in America? How many of those kids are being used to smuggle God knows what into the country?
Dude, there were people, like, there were entire semi trucks found full of baked people because of how hot it was on the border.
That's I'm pretty sure it's probably happened a couple times, but I remember when I first seen a story like that. Oh man, I'm talking the officers, like the way they were describing like the border patrol, or maybe not even border patrol, maybe it was the customs, enforcement officers. Like, just it's like the moment you walk up to the back of the truck, you can smell it. And it's like when they open the door to get the visualization of it, just instantly puking because holy cow, these people have been in here who knows how long? Who knows? And it's like some of them died probably early on. Some of them probably had to sit there and, smell and look at dead bodies around them. It's tough. That's tough conversation.
Bibb County, that's in Alabama, right? That's just north of where I'm at, Slim. I'm in Birmingham. I'm in Jefferson.
You know what gets me is the inflation that happened. The inflation on our money, because I noticed under Trump, basically everybody was rich under Trump. Then as soon as Biden gets elected, a couple of years into it, all of a sudden this weird hyperinflation hits. That's now everything is expensive. And then I've noticed things have still not come back to normal after this medical tyranny. Like, there's no more 24-hour stores. Everything's more expensive. And still, like, if I got loved ones in the hospital and they won't let me see them or contact them, then they're like holding them like it's like they're holding them for ransom, where they're like, oh, if you want to contact them, you have to give us money, and we give them a tablet, and then you can talk to them from a tablet, but you got to pay $2.99 a minute to talk to them and all this crap. I'm like, what the heck? And then they won't even let me send them a letter. They're like, no, the letter has to go to these people, and they scan it and then send it to them on that tablet and stuff. And it's like, they're literally just, you can't see them. You can't do nothing. And I'm like, dude, but I've spent years researching what's going on because of, I noticed even when I was younger, I'm like, dude, something ain't right. I could tell even when I was 16. I'm like 40 something. So, but I noticed my whole life that something, and finally, after a while, I'm like, dude, I got to sit down. Somewhere in my 20s, I was like, I got to sit down and I want to figure out what's going on and really dedicate my whole time to trying to figure this out and develop a theory. And so for 20 years now, I've been developing this theory of what's going on. And I think I got it a good idea of what I think they're doing is they're dumbing everybody down. And that's where, like you were saying about the food and stuff, how the food is toxic. So they're making our food toxic to dumb us down. Then the medicines they give us, they're doing that to dumb us down. I don't know if we're allowed to say it, but I've never got in trouble for that. But
Well, not only that, but also like when it comes to giving people things like these antidepressants and any kind of like psychological medication, these things are addictive. Not in the way that like drug addicts take drugs, but in the way that like once you're on these things for a long enough time, if you come off of them, it is a grueling process.
Yeah, they know that too.
Yeah, exactly. They have to. I mean, it's the same way that they did with oxycodone back in the 90s. Right? With oxycodone back in the 90s, the way that they did that was they marketed it as this is a good treatment for pain and it has no habit forming or addictive properties. They fucking marketed it that way.
No, I had an uncle. I had an uncle that died because of that back then, and I even had lawyers contact me and say, "We want to sue and we can get you money, but we have to get your family together." So I contacted my other family and they said, "No, we don't want to do it." And I'm like, "Well, I want to do it." That's, I mean, if it really did kill him, it's like nobody wants to fight back. And I swear I've noticed they have like I said, I've spent 20 years. So I think I can outpredict. I was able to outpredict Alex Jones on this last medical tyranny type stuff. Cause really, he wasn't making when that stuff happened 8 years ago or whatever, or however long it was.
5 years, yeah,
or yeah, something. He wasn't making predictions before that. Then now that they sued him for more money than anybody ever, which is insane for freedom of speech, he got sued for more money ever. But I'm noticing. I think even he's been dumbed down and stuff because I'm seeing things that I don't. He does talk about the dumbing down, but to me, it's the main thing. Everything stems off of the dumbing down. It's our education, it's the media, and that's the thing. Even the corporations are involved in dumbing people down because these corporations, kind of like Bud Light, or well, I guess Bud Light dumbs people down, anyways, but. Like when they were, everybody's pushing this woke agenda, and that's totally just meant to dumb people down, and it demoralizes. So they want people to have no morals, no values. They dumb them down. I think truly we live in worse than the Idiocracy movie, because in the Idiocracy movie they're just stupid. In reality, everybody's stupid and super evil because they've made them wickedly evil.
Not everybody.
Not everybody, but like
a large swath of people.
Yeah. And then plus you got like the TikTok brain rot, and the internet is just really. Plus, I've noticed that there's a reward conditioning. Like if dumber people get rewarded more than anybody, like a lot of these famous people are just being rewarded for stupidity. And it kind of reminds me of how people talk about how they have this new statue of some lady in New York, and they're like, why is she there? Why did they make a statue of that? And it's like, it's just rewarding stupidity, really. And that's what, that's why YouTube even pushes on people this dumbing down, and they make them think, oh, it's trendy to be stupid. And I think everything stems off of the dumbing down. Every problem we have, like there wouldn't have been an open border if they didn't dumb everybody down. We wouldn't have had medical tyranny if they didn't dumb everybody down.
Right. Well, see, Mr. Fista has a good point here. So he was saying, the education system now, who designed it and started it? Yeah, that was all Rockefeller, J.P. Morgan, Andrew Carnegie. That was all the people who owned these massive businesses, and they developed it to make stupid complicit or stupid compliant workers, right? And as time has gone on, that has gotten worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. And now the way that they are teaching people, especially in my generation, right? They're teaching people to react to things in an emotional way instead of stepping back and looking at things from a logical standpoint. There was a critical thinking class when I was in middle school, and they stopped doing that when I got to high school. Critical thinking.
Yeah.
That was an elective. It should be mandatory for everybody in school. And now they have all sorts of crazy shit in school that, like, if I had a kid, I wouldn't even be able to help him with his fucking homework. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, that's why, like, in school, I didn't do well. Okay, I dropped out. I'm a high school dropout. All right, I'm not educated. I don't do well in that kind of environment.
I dropped ninth grade because they weren't teaching anymore at all, and even in one of my ninth grade classes, this one kid next to me, they were teaching us algebra, and this kid next to me didn't know any algebra at all. And I'm like, here, I'll just show you real quick, because they showed me in a different school I went to. And then when I went to a new school, none of the kids knew anything. And so I hurried up and just taught that kid how to do algebra, like real quick in 10 minutes. And the teacher found out I did that and kicked me out of the class. And I'm like, what the heck? So because I did his job for him in 10 minutes, you know, it made him mad. And then I realized, I'm like, oh my God, I'm never going to learn anything anymore. And I'm like, you know, I am going to drop out, because once I hit ninth grade, they just stopped teaching. There was nothing to be learned. It was just like babysitting at that point. And I'm like, there's no point. So I dropped out I was like 14 or something, and dropped out and went and got a job. And I got a job at 14 years old working at Dairy Queen. And I lied because you had to be 16 to get a job. And I just lied and said I was 16. And then I worked at Dairy Queen till I was 18. Because as soon as I hit 14, I wanted money. I'm like, dude, I want money. And I went to my parents. I'm like, hey, can I have an allowance? And they're like, nope, get a job. And I'm like, I'm 14. I can't get a job. I need money. They're like, get a job. So I was like, screw it. I'm going to go lie and get a job. And it worked. And then the day I turned 16, I was at Dairy Queen, and I was like, hey, it's my birthday. And they're like, how old are you? I'm like, 16. They're like, well, wait a minute. You were 16 2 years ago. You should be 18. And they're like, oh my God, lied. And they fired me. And I'm like, well, guess what? I'm 16 now. I can go get a job anywhere else. So I went and got a job at Arby's or whatever. Yeah. But anyways, yeah.
Yeah, that'll do it. I mean, I started work when I was 17. My first job was serving at Waffle House. I love you too, Abe. Did you get some good rest, bro? Did you get you a nap in? Hope you feel better, brother. I know you look like you were feeling rough earlier, man. Hope you're feeling better, dude. What up, Sevens? Welcome in, bro. Always good to see you. Always good to see you.
You don't want to work like at a Waffle House in any of these ghettos. You don't want to work there now because.
Oh no, dude! It was like that. It was like that 15 years ago.
Oh wow! I didn't know.
Yeah, it was. So at least the one that I was at. So the one that I was at, I can actually pull it up. Funny enough, okay. I don't know. There's a documentary called Pervert Park. That's in my hometown.
Well, shoot, every park is full of perverts nowadays.
Well, this so here's the thing with this one, okay? So here, let me.
I know they shut one down next to me because there was too many people being perverted.
Well,
they had to close it down.
This one specifically for this. All right, so where's that's 54th Avenue? Where's 22nd Street? All right, right over here. There's a Cracker Barrel. Waffle House is right here. Boom. Okay. So this right here is Pervert Park. Okay. It doesn't show you the name of it, but if you go, what does that say? Palace Mobile. Yep. There's the name of it right there. Palace Mobile. If you look up on YouTube, Pervert Park, Palace Mobile Mobile Home Park, this mobile home park right here that I'm over, the guy that owns this specifically rents to people who have been convicted of like sex offenses.
Is that in
Now,
Florida?
yes, this is in
I've,
Florida.
I've heard of that place then, yeah.
So this is the Waffle House that I got my first job at when I was 17. Okay. This was a racetrack. It's still a racetrack. Yeah. Yeah. This was the elementary school that I went to. It used to be called John M. Sexton. Now I guess it's just Sexton Elementary. But anyway, Aloha Liquor Store, they're still open. Cool. Yeah. But if you look up Pervert Park, this is where it is. St. Pete, Florida. This is my hometown. That's where I got my first job. It was just a funny little thing. But so anyway, this is on the way in, okay, from Tampa over the Gandy Bridge, right? So you come in from Gandy, from Tampa, and you're going down this way. If you are heading back in from Tampa to go to the south side, which, you know, in St. Pete, this is the ghetto. These are the ghettos in St. Pete. It's the south side, right? Pretty big, dude. There's not a lot of really good neighborhoods down here. Melton Heights, Childs Park, Cromwell, like these are all like, this is the ghetto right here. Now, once you get over down here, and especially in the furthest south parts, Bayou Shores, Coquina Key, this is where houses get really nice, okay? Like this is all rich people. But this whole area right here is all like the ghettos of St. Pete. But if you're heading back down that way, your first exit coming in from Tampa is going to be, oh, wait, hold on. Where is it? Right here. And you get off the interstate right here, and you pull directly up into this Waffle House. And I always worked the night shift there. So I worked overnight. And it would be dead. There wouldn't be anybody coming in. I remember there was this old guy he was like an old pastor who he wasn't a pastor anymore. He passed away like while I was working there. But he was a cool guy. He'd come in and sit down and just kind of bullshit for a little bit. But come 3 a.m., we would get inundated from a bunch of people that were coming back from like all the clubs in Tampa down in like Ybor City, right? Right over the Tampa Bay. Over in Ybor City. I don't remember exactly where Ybor City is, but it might be down here or wherever it is. I'm not sure. But they'd be coming back in from like Ybor City, and they'd stop in here, and then all the people who were coming up from like the bars and clubs down St. Pete, which is down here, they would all stop by that Waffle House going back to Tampa. And there were just, I mean, it was an absolute shit show, man. Someone shot out the windows one night. It was this little Waffle House right here, dude, was crazy. But I haven't worked in food service in a little while. So just interesting, though. 15 years ago, shit ain't changed. It's all the same, right? Here's MacDill. This is a nuclear hotspot. So it's a massive base right there. Anyway, but yeah, so. Oh, did I not have that up the entire time?
No.
Oh, damn, dude, that's crazy. I didn't have that up the entire time. Yes, 100% Mr. Fista. So anyway, damn, I can't believe I didn't have that up. All right.
Say Gulf of America. Woo,
I'm not going to go through my whole spiel, right? But if you look it up, this is the Palace Mobile Home Park right here.
Oh,
this
shit.
whole park. This is the Waffle House that I started
Oh,
at.
my God.
Yeah,
That's
that was
crazy.
where I got my first job. Well, because I grew up right off of Haynes Road. Where is it? Back in here, Florida Sands.
Mm.
It looks different. They might have added new trailers or something, but I don't really look at it from the top view. I was like one of these back here.
I'm surprised the hurricane don't wipe them trailers out. The trailers don't like hurricanes.
Oh, no, dude. So what you do is you just cover it in a bunch of plywood.
Oh,
That's it. That's all you do. You hunker down. That's what we say down there. You hunker down. You just get big sheets of plywood. You put it on each side. That way, like if trees fall or like, branches come flying, it's not going to bust the windows out. It's not going to punch a hole in the side. Yeah.
You can put some camo on it and maybe it won't see it.
Right. Exactly. But yeah, so if you ever go on YouTube and look up Pervert Park, this is it. This is Pervert Park right here. This mobile home park, the guy that owns it specifically rents to people who are sex offenders because he's like a big Christian and he believes in people getting a second chance at life. And there are some people there, right, who like they're there because they got caught pissing in public when they were drunk, you know? So there's some people that are in this place that aren't like sex predators. They're just offenders, okay? But there are people in this park that are the most vile and wood chipper bound folks in this country. Just saying. But yeah, this was the Waffle House that I worked at. Actually, if you watch the documentary, you'll see that Waffle House sign right above it. Anyway.
You know it's bad when you get a documentary.
No, dude, 100%. Yeah. But yeah, so
one thing I'll say, I was somehow able to predict perfectly, really good, when Antifa started doing those attacks at when Trump was first in office, and they started like doing all that crazy stuff. I was somehow able to predict that really good to a T, and I was calling all kinds of people. I called Alex Jones, spoke to Rob Dew. He literally was like, I don't know what you're talking about. And that's where I was like, I don't like Rob Dew anymore. Because I spoke to him and was telling him, I'm like, you know, I know this stuff's about to happen. They had no idea. And it was, so I wrote down the date of when I called them and then when it finally happened and then they reported on it. And it was 2 years in advance that I knew it. So then I'm like, okay, well, good. I was able to make that prediction and I out predict. So I'm like, okay, what is my new predictions? And that's why I kind of like getting on the internet and trying to make predictions and stuff, because sometimes I can be really good at it. And it kind of makes me mad because I was never able to really get a hold of anybody. I contacted news agencies and I called like senators and governors and congressmen, and I could not just get through to nobody. And I thought that it really sucks when you know something and you know it's going to happen and you just can't tell anybody. And even when you do, they just think you're crazy.
Yeah.
And that's a big thing. There's a lot of gaslighting involved in this. So I'm like, okay, my last theories came true. Let me try to make some new theories. And I've developed some new theories, and they're pretty bad. And it's unbelievable, but I'm pretty sure because I've dedicated my life to trying to figure out what's going on, because I've realized I'm like, there is totally something going on, and I'd like to have at least some understanding. And so I've dedicated the last 20 years of my life to just fully trying to really make my own and not really steal Alex Jones's. Alex Jones, like my predictions some of them line up with Alex Jones, but in a way mine go beyond his. And I don't know why, and it's weird. And I kind of think, well, they've even dumbed down Alex Jones or something, because he wasn't making predictions like I was at that time. Now he's making predictions, and I can see where they're kind of right. But I'm like, my predictions don't fully line up with it. Like, in a way, like half of them or more line up perfectly with his, but then I have other ones. And what I would say is I figured it out. So first they dumb everybody down. Then they use all these dumbed down people as weapons. They weaponize them to destabilize your country. And that's kind of where the Antifa kind of people burning things down come in. But now I'm like, well, they don't need to necessarily, they can repeat something like that. They can repeat it as much as they need it, because I do see them repeating certain tactics. But sometimes they don't need, because it's like, you know, that medical tyranny, that's over and done with. They could repeat it again, but they might not have to because they already did it. But now they might move on to something different. And I heard Carl Schwab he said our next big thing will be weather weapons. And he said that will make the medical tyranny look like a drop in a bucket compared to what it is. And I'm like, you know what? We just had this huge tornado a couple months ago, and it was totally devastating. It was called the London tornado a couple months ago, and the tornado was a half-mile long, and it went like 100 miles. So it was a half-mile wide, and it went 100 miles in length, and it tore through 3 different towns or something, or cities, and it was totally devastating. And I kept thinking, why ain't people talking about how that could be a weather weapon? But they are talking about how the Texas flood, they might have done something there. But there was this video Carl Schwab did, and I'm like, I don't know what happened to that, because I'm even trying to look up where Carl Schwab said that, but he stepped down.
Real quick, Aaron, real quick. What's going on, Hornet? How you doing today, man? Good to see you. Adam Price, always good to see you in chat, man. Thank you guys for showing up. If you guys want to jump up at any point, we're in about 45 minutes. We're going to start the big book study, okay? Go ahead, Aaron.
Yeah, so my next prediction is it's called Chaos or Crisis. And so they've dumbed everybody down. I mean, we live in an idiocracy movie. It's actually worse right now. And they're using these useful idiots as weapons. That's kind of like these Democrats you see that are all dumb and just repeat the same propaganda talking points. And you can tell they're not critical think, and they're all begging for tyranny. You know, they're all begging for illegals and tyrannies and corruption. They're like, oh, you know, because Trump was doing this Doge anti-corruption or whatever. And all these other people are like, no, I love government corruption and all this stuff. And it's just weird. But so my next prediction is they dumb everybody down to the point it creates a crisis. And then the government will come in as heroes. So there's a few things that'll happen here. I believe that there will be a coup. It's a violent coup in our government where they try to I mean, they've already done that where they've shot at them and stuff. And then they kept saying like January 6th was an insurrection. And it's like, but that wasn't violent, you know? But I believe there will be a real deal government coup against Trump that is armed and extremely deadly and dangerous. So it won't be like no January 6th like they talk. It'll be horrible. And then they'll elect some kind of weird communist dictator, and then there'll be like a civil war. So there's things like plus they made that movie and everybody's talking about civil war this and civil war that, but hopefully that don't get you in trouble. But and then the government will come in as saviors. So it's going to get really, really, really bad.
So I don't. I'll be honest. I don't see anybody electing like any kind of communist into our government. From what it looks like,
but
the way Trump's been doing things right now is he's going to get the census back in order. Because that's the biggest thing that we need to handle, right? Like the thing that was crazy to me was when they were looking at Trump's involvement in the census back in 2020, it was specifically so he could fast track getting illegal immigrants, people who didn't actually live here, off of the voting rolls, and they stymied his ability to do that. So they like their hang up with it was specifically that they were going to release the census in a specific way, and they were going to release it with the numbers that they had. And what he wanted to do was fast track getting all of the people off the quote unquote voter rolls, which amounts to, you know, how many electoral college votes your state has and how many House representatives your state has, you know? So these things were kind of in motion, and he was trying to fast track getting these people who shouldn't have been in the census off of the census. And that's why they were saying, well, what he's doing is, you know, it's not tyranny, but like it's fascist or whatever fucking buzzword they wanted to use. That's why they were so mad about that. I don't ever see anybody electing a communist in our country. I know there are people who want that, but it's not that many. And
if you look at how Biden got elected, clearly there was something weird going on. That because if you look at like Kamala had like I don't know, it was like 3 million missing votes that Biden had that she didn't or something. If you look at how many votes Biden had versus how many Kamala had, there's like 9 million missing votes or something.
There was a bunch of votes missing. Yeah.
And that shows you they wanted Trump to win because where did all them votes just magically, because they could have done that again. I think that something must have happened because the mere medical tyranny had calmed down. And so a lot of people were going in and maybe they made it harder to do this mail-in fraud stuff. I don't know. More people were paying attention, but
I mean, there's that, but like I'm not so I'm really not in the camp of I mean, yeah, Mr. Fista, there's a lot of people who believe that, but also like I think the mail-in ballot thing also there was a lot going on in the country at the time. So I personally, this is just my opinion, but I think Biden, take the fraud out, he would have won that election regardless.
Yeah.
The reason I believe that is simply because, like, everything that could have gone wrong for Trump went wrong for Trump in 2020. Like, massive civil unrest, the shutdown, bad economy, like things were really fucking bad. And on top of that, you had the other candidate who was running on this, like, moderate, he ran on it. I'm not saying that he was that, okay, but he ran on a moderate platform where he was like, we need to return to normalcy. And that resonates with a lot of people that have been locked up in their fucking house for a year and they don't have a job. They're living off of unemployment. They can't find work because things haven't opened back up yet, like to their fullest extent, you know, and then an election comes along and you have some guy that's saying we're going to return to normalcy. Like I'm you know, he's running on a moderate platform. He's, you know, talking about getting everybody together. And so, of course, that's going to motivate a lot more people to vote for that guy. Like, to me, that's the most rational explanation for what happened in 2020. Now, I do believe that Trump actually thinks the election was stolen from him. And I also believe that what he did by, like, pushing the narrative that the election was stolen was incredibly irresponsible. Okay, so don't get me wrong. Like I'm not like against Trump, but I'm just saying like this is just the facts of the matter, right? So, I don't personally believe that the election was stolen back then. Was there voter fraud? Yes, there's voter fraud in every single American election, right? In every single one. There was voter fraud in the last one. There was one in 2020. There was one probably every midterm too. You know what I mean? Like, I understand where a lot of the skepticism comes from for this kind of thing. For me, there's actually a very rational. Yes, no, 100%, Mr. Fista. No, I remember that. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I get that. I get that. And he was winning, and then immediately wasn't, right? Well, and then all the mail-in ballots came in. But you got to think, there's a lot of people that weren't motivated to actually go up to the voting booths or the voting locations and vote in person. So they did have massive amounts of votes come in from mail-in. And there's a lot of people, especially independents, because he was not doing well with independents at the time, who voted against him. They voted for Biden because what they wanted was a return to normalcy, a moderate candidate, and the second that motherfucker took power, he went full left wing. I mean, like far left wing. And obviously, it wasn't Biden who was doing that. It was, you know, whoever was prescribing him his meds and like shuffling him around in front of the fucking camera. You know what I mean? Like, it had nothing to do with like what he actually wanted to do, right? But they knew that was the meta, right? Was like Trump looked at very poorly, really didn't get a shitload done in his first term, talked a lot, didn't do too much. Like he did solve some, you know, conflicts over in the Middle East. Don't get me wrong. And yes, under his first term, he didn't start any new wars. We did bomb Syria, but then his entire base came out and was like, "What the fuck are you doing, bro? Like, stop!" And he stopped. You know. So when Biden got into office and then went full on fucking authoritarian, I mean, like, tried to literally see, that's when people start talking about rights when they're on the left, like, you got to remind them they don't actually care about rights. They don't. If they cared about rights, they would have been against the fucking the jab mandates. Okay, it was ruled unconstitutional by the Supreme Court and got smacked down, and they actually got sued a shitload of money by Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire. So, like, you know, I'm not a big fan of the Daily Wire, but that was one thing they did where I was big for them. Like, that was something great. Right, exactly, bro, exactly. And healthcare. Healthcare is not a fucking human right. Sorry, I know that sounds shitty, but, like, you have a right to live. You do not have a right for someone else to do medical procedures on you at the behest or at the cost of someone else.
You also have to remember the reason why food isn't a right, because you can't force anyone else. Like, you can't force anyone else's labor to be a necessity. So it's kind of like you can't force McDonald's to make you a burger because you need food. Same way you can't force a doctor to take a certain I guess policy on insurance because you're forcing his labor. It's like you can't do that.
Exactly.
You
but
can't
see what they.
No, go ahead. I was just going to say, you can't force a farmer to give you food off his land because you're hungry and you need it.
No, you can't. The only way you can do that, and the way that they justify it is, well, you're just taking a little bit of tax money out of your check. Fuck you. I produced that wealth, motherfucker. Yep. You can't tell me how I'm forced to pay. Sorry. I mean, like, look, I understand there being elements of taxes, okay? So, like, I'm not full-on libertarian when it comes to that, but when you start looking into what our taxes get used for...
You won't. It would scare you. If we even had, like, a slight full image of it, it would bother you to the core.
Adam, when you ask that question, are you talking, like, colloquially, or are you talking, like, when it comes to, like, what's on paper? So, like, our rights when it comes to on paper in America, it's supposed to be inalienable by God. Okay, so they're not necessarily laws. Like, the law doesn't give us the ability to do that. Okay, on paper, there is no difference, right?
Hey, like, especially if you go to any other country, like because if the government gives you the right, that means they can take the right away. The same way, if a government enforces a law, they can take that law away. The reason why our rights are God-given is because it's supposed to exist outside of the government. That meaning, no matter what the government wants to do, it cannot take away this right. It cannot infringe on this right.
Well, see, so, you know, my thing is, Darth Matt, be nice if people were charitable enough. This wasn't an issue, but I think all these problems can be fixed. They don't fix it by design. 100%, yeah. See, my thing is, if we had an elective system on how our money was used tax-wise, and there was absolute transparency on the amount of money that was required to solve a specific issue, and we were known when that goal was hit, the tax system in this country would be fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Because we would see exactly what our money is going to. You know, when it comes to things of, like, you know, foreign involvements, you know, espionage and shit like that, you just say, this is what the Pentagon wants, right? If the people don't want to pay the Pentagon that money, fuck them, okay? Bottom line. What's going on, Chambers? Or Steelman, what's going on, dude? Welcome in, bro. Glad you showed up. But, yeah, I mean, that's really what it comes down to, right? Like, we don't have an option. That's the issue. So the only option we have is to pay money or to go to jail. That's it. Or end up in debt to the government for something we didn't buy. because the government is supposed to uphold what we call rights in the country. It's supposed to defend the Constitution, and year on fucking year, they infringe upon those things more and more and more.
Yep.
So we're literally paying for them to infringe upon our rights. Fuck that, dude.
It's crazy because
Yeah.
now, if we want to look long term, both sides have been infringing on rights. Yet every time their issue is met, they're like, "Look, the Democrats are infringing on your rights." But yet, well, Patriot Act was almost unanimously signed. We're going to talk about the rights that were violated there, or is it just you get to pick and choose when your rights are being violated?
What was the vote on the National Defense Authorization Act?
Bet you $1 billion to 0.
Okay. Roll
I
call.
bet Ron Paul is the only one that voted against it. If he was in office in 2001.
It was 281 to 140.
Oh, that's closer than I thought.
Yeah.
That's just in the House, right?
Yes. And it was actually, funny enough, it was
Democrats that voted against it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Funny enough.
You got to remember, I mean, Democrats. Now, don't get me wrong; their philosophy is as dumb as it gets. But man, they were for a long time. They were the rights defender. Like,
wait, hold on. I think it gave me the wrong. Let me spell it out. Okay. What was HR 5009? Oh, okay. No. So it's showing me the count from this recent one that dedicated more money to service members for like quality of life improvement. This was when Biden was real big on going reversing all of his policies.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like once he started to reverse all of his policies, the economy started getting better.
Well, I'll tell you how they're going to get a communist elected. So what they do is they use all these people, these useful idiots, to destroy the civilization, and then they'll people will go, we need to stop this. We'll do anything, please just stop these people. Kind of like the Antifa type people, even, or just anybody, all the stupidity, and it creates crisis. And then, so the government will say, okay, look, we'll fix everything. Just elect this certain person. Like, it'll be like a kind of like a Mussolini or maybe even Hitler type person. And it's funny because they like to call Trump Hitler and all this stuff, but Trump is trying to fix things, but in order for Trump to fix the problem, it would take 30 years. Now, if he would have had 2 full terms, that would have been 8 years. That would have been a really good start into 30 years of fixing it. Basically, if he would have had 8 years of fixing it, it would have took 20 more years. And if we could have got some other people in, we could have had this fixed. But at this point, when Biden came in, he undid everything Trump did. Now Trump's trying to undo everything. But Trump even has a fire under his belt. So because of all they did to him, he's definitely acting faster, you can tell, and trying to do harder. But I'll tell you what, people are really trying to undermine him with this Epstein stuff. Like, really, what do people expect with the Epstein? You know who's on that list? Bill Gates. You never know. There could be Netanyahu on the darn list. And Trump's supposed to be his friend and all this stuff. And they're even saying, oh, well, Trump's on the list. And it really just became like, sure, it's true, but really, clearly, if the Democrats put him in a fake list or something, maybe he's worried about that or something, knowing that he ain't really, because there are flight logs of who went to that island, and there are no flight logs ever suggesting, and there's witnesses, and there's no witnesses or flight logs that ever suggest he's ever been there. But I'm thinking he's realized that something definitely is wrong about it. There's a huge cover it. If you look at the FBI people, they're all flip flopping. 1 minute they're like, "Oh, the list is on our desk," and the next minute they're like, "What list?" So I don't even think it's him. He's just realized it's became a clown show, and he's like, just forget about it. And it's like, I could kind of see why he would say that. It's like, yeah, do we want to know? Yeah. Are we ever going to know? Hell no. Just like we're never going to know if there's aliens at Area 51, there is, but they can't tell us that.
I posted the voting from the Patriot Act from the Senate. 98-1. Shout out Russ Fingold for being the only no.
It was the exact same Senate vote for the National Defense Authorization Act in 2012.
And it was similar to where Marjorie Taylor Greene called for the last bill that had passed in the House. She called for the exemption of the funding or the extra arms to Israel. And I think they voted on it like 400 something to like 8.
Oh, so we're not giving all the extra guns to
No,
Israel
we
now?
are. They voted to shut it down. 460 something to 8. Like, that's insane. Just the amount of unity behind funding Israel.
Yeah.
So all she asked, can we remove this one particular amendment from the bill? Shut down.
Hey, what's up, Tweaker? How you doing, man?
Oh,
What's
yeah.
up,
Look at that
Sorry, I
sexy
didn't see you down
man.
there, bro. I was looking through fucking Congress bullshit. What's
No,
going
you're all
on?
good. I just left the shop. I'm even driving home.
Nice, man. You smell like motor oil?
Like a fucking like I've been dipped in castor oil or some shit. Like I smell disgusting.
He's been bathing in it.
Now, there's something
Yeah.
I love, dude. Like, if I get down under a car and start wrenching, man, I fucking love that smell, dude. It's like there's something cathartic about it. I don't know what it is, dude.
Yeah, but when you're covered in it from head to toe every single fucking day, I don't know, man.
I'm not gonna lie. My favorite thing is that there's a certain soap that's got these beads in it for help
That's
getting
the soap
oil
that
and stuff.
Yeah.
I love the
main
feeling
one
of
is
that.
the main one that they use is
Lava.
Fast Orange, Gojo.
Yeah,
There's a
Fast
couple
Orange
of
and
them.
Gojo. Yeah. But those are the two best, dude. Fast
Lava's
Orange and
really
Gojo.
good because I use that lava soap. Look, I even got some here. Lava soap.
I got to get me a drink for the drive home. I got a 30-minute drive home.
Oh,
You know?
yeah, that sounds like my drive home. I gotta drive like 35 minutes into Big Soda.
Yeah, that
a big soda.
Mm.
I'm out here right now trying to get me a big soda.
Hey, man, give me a pack of smokes while you're out.
I'm at Taco Bell.
Ah,
Hey, they got one in the back. I promise you, bro.
hopefully they still got workers.
Mr. Fistus says you got them speed dealer glasses on, bro.
Well, he's about to go snowboarding.
Don't be jealous.
No, bro, those are
glasses.
like those are safety glasses, aren't they?
No, these are Oakley's, brother.
Those
Oh,
are
fuck.
redneck glasses, like country people wear those. I used to wear those before it was cool. Like,
I'm gonna tell you this
way
right now. There
back
ain't too
in
many
the day.
rednecks that are affording $500 pair of glasses.
Well,
there's a lot of rich rednecks. Oh yeah, they drive these quads and stuff. They
It's
got
not
these.
a lot. You some, but it's
boo,
not a
lower
lot.
class, boo.
These are the glasses. Oh wait, here. These are the glasses that I use right here whenever I'm working on a car, because like
Yeah.
it forms directly to my face,
Yep.
so I don't need
I
like
got a pair.
goggles necessarily. They work perfect, bro. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, I got a pair of those, but I don't have them on right now. I use these for driving because I
Boo,
have
safety.
extreme photosensitivity.
I got these to try to look like I'm liberal. Look, I'm a liberal.
What do you mean try to look?
He's just playing. He's just playing. These are my blue light glasses. They're
Liberal
sometimes. I start getting headaches and stuff if I sit in front of a screen too long.
That's what those are, but I literally
just got a large Mountain Dew. That's all I got.
To try to look liberal.
Thank you.
Thank you for your contribution, Bake Tweaker.
Shut up, Corey.
These liberals, they wear glasses that look
I'm
smarter.
gonna donate it to Rob later.
You ever notice how these liberals wear glasses to try to look smarter, and they wear these thick-rimmed, goofy, look like Rosie O'Donnell glasses to try to look smarter, and it's so ugly and dumb. They're trying to overcompensate.
I don't think they're not trying to do it. They're not trying to do it to look that way. They're doing it because they have to, and they like those ugly ass style glasses.
I don't think it's the glasses. I think it's the face.
Well, that's a little bit of a misnomer. I
think it's the green hair.
Not every liberal is unattractive.
I haven't met one.
Wait a minute.
Wow.
Liberal.
I've seen some pretty hot liberals. I don't know.
The Achaemenid Persian Empire under Cyrus the Great is often cited as the first entities to establish principles of human rights with the Cyrus Cylinder. This document, dating back to 539 BC, considered by some to be the first human rights declaration, outlining freedoms such as the right to choose one's religion and freedom from slavery.
I could see that because I know a lot of portions of the Persian Empire was later taken over by the Roman Empire, and we credit a lot of our, I guess, human rights and a lot of our government style around Roman Empire.
Well, that's where like the Statue of Liberty actually came from, right? Was the fact that after the French Revolution, they modeled, like, it was trial and error. They had to like write a constitution and then scrap it and then write a new one and then scrap it, especially with what was his name? Robespierre, the guy who he like was guillotine happy and was like just killing everybody. You know what I mean? But it was the United States that inspired them to like develop a constitution, and eventually they came to the constitution that they have now, that they've based everything off of. That's where that came from, wasn't it? Wasn't that like the whole purpose behind the Statue of Liberty?
I mean, it would make sense to me. I will say that sounds like their version of Obama.
Hello, my name's Obama.
My name is Obama. I like kill American citizens overseas, or I erase American citizens overseas.
I thought you were allowed to say that word.
I didn't know if you were allowed to say kill and then. So I just said erase. That sounds.
Well, you're saying it contextually. I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So it says the Statue of Liberty, a gift from the people of France, made its way to America on June 17th, 1885.
Hey, don't yell at me.
The French people, in honor of the alliance, the French people, in honor of the alliance between the two countries during the American Revolution, presented the statue to recognize America as a champion of liberty and encourage the French to support the same ideals. Yeah, because they did. I mean, it's known, like, Thomas Jefferson worked with Robespierre and their entire kind of like, I don't remember exactly what they called their government, but he worked with their government to help them draft the first couple constitutions that they wrote. And it was entirely based off of the American Constitution.
And then they started just surrendering to everything.
Yeah, I know. It's terrible.
Well, I don't think the French have ever committed to anything aside from a surrender.
Well, I don't know, dude. Napoleon was a bad motherfucker, man. That was a badass dude. And he was a genius.
He had a fucking inferiority complex because of his height.
I mean, Trump's got the same thing with his hands.
Yeah, exactly.
You need a little inferior complex, it gets your blood going.
Yeah, I disagree. I don't feel inferior to anyone.
I don't know.
There's a couple people that I'd feel inferior to. My grandfather being one, of course.
Mr.
I don't even feel inferior to your grandfather. What now, Corey? Just kidding.
Well, you know what they say about opinions.
Mr.
Yeah,
Fist
Corey's got one. It always stinks.
sitting in his grave right now, Tweaker.
I can't help it. It's I got a prescription for that.
For your stupid decisions and your stupid opinions.
Oh, I make good decisions, just bad opinions.
What's up, Only Mr. Bill? How you doing, man? Good to see you, bro. Welcome in. Always good to see you. Always good to see you. Yes, you are
My
correct.
opinions are always right.
1900s were not great for the French. You are correct, my friend. 100%.
They peaked in like the 17 to 1800s, and then it's just been down.
Early 1800s. Yeah.
And
because I remember they helped us with the revolution and everything.
So it was actually, funny enough, we kind of dicked over King Louis. So King Louis is the one that gave us, he's the one that authorized all of the help that we got in the American Revolution, and he gave us a massive amount of money to help us fight the British, because they were, at the time, the British and the French, they hated each other, and they were at war constantly, and then as the people were revolting against him, King Louis came to the United States and was like, "Hey, bro, we're bankrupt. We need some of that money back." And we were literally fighting against the king. And when a king's coming groveling to our feet, we went, "Fuck you, dude," and let them just take over France. It's kind of a good story because I'm anti-monarchy, right?
It kind of sounds similar to when Zelensky came.
Yeah, dude, I'm very anti-monarchy. Bro, fuck the monarchy. Fuck the kings. Dude, when you start looking into how those people, what they did to maintain control in their countries, I mean, it's disgusting, bro. They were having these inbred kids specifically so they could keep their bloodline on top of control in these different countries.
Wait, is that wrong? Oh, shit.
Yeah, right. No,
I got like six of those in my basement.
Yeah, when these people, dude, when these inbreds, they get into power in the seats like a king or a queen, who the fuck knows what's gonna happen? What was her name? Mary the Mad? That lady was out of her damn mind as a queen, bro.
You know how you circumcise a man in Alabama, right?
How?
Kick his sister in the jaw.
Yeah, I've heard that. Good one, actually. Yeah, no, the Habsburg. Yeah, exactly, Mr. Fista. The Habsburgs. There's a bunch of different bloodlines that were involved in that. No. Steelman, I'm not saying that was the only thing they did, but that's disgusting.
I keep my bloodline
pure. They would do to maintain political control over certain nobilities and everything. It was just we don't need people who are inbred in positions of massive power. Okay,
I don't know. Me and my sister keep our bloodline pure.
Yeah, their brains don't work the same. None of it. You know what I mean?
It's not working well for the Whitaker family up there in West Virginia.
Hey, I guess it depends on your level of wellness.
I'm pretty sure the youngest was barking during the documentary.
Well, hey,
I gotta say that might be the next step of evolution for human beings.
And Corey, as the liberals say, bro, you can't infringe on their truth. That's their
truth.
That's right.
Yeah, that's their truth, bro.
I'm surprised the I in LGBTQI whatever doesn't stand for inbred. They want all those people in too, don't they?
The community's so small that they haven't quite been represented well enough.
I'm sorry, dude, and I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but the inbreds are too good for the LGBTQIA+.
That's true. They have principles.
They stand by their principles and they stand by their family.
Well, yeah, because they were all fucking related.
I know. That's the point. That's the fun. It's the fun.
Yeah, no, sorry. I was talking to Adam Price. His comment here. He said all the European kings were cousins before the World Wars. King George of England and the Tsar Nicholas of Russia looked like identical twins. Yeah, King Kaiser Wilhelm. Yep, sure did. Yeah, it's because they were all fucking related.
I love my brother cousin.
The War of the Roses is about, I think, a family dispute between, or I guess a monarch family dispute. Hang on, girl, I'm coming. A monarch dispute between French and England. I don't know a lot
Which
of
one?
details.
The War of the Roses?
Yeah, the War of the Roses. I think that sparked off from like a monarch dynasty dispute between two sons or
No, that
two
was the
lineage.
English Civil Wars. Lasted about 32 years.
It wasn't with French. What am I thinking of?
No, it says the conflict primarily involved the House of Lancaster and the House of York, both branches of the Plantagenet royal family.
That's how I know you're not from the South, Lower Class. That's how I know you're not from the South, bro. It's called Lancaster.
I'm from Florida. Okay, I'm from Florida.
Yeah, that's not the South.
Right. It's so far south. It's northeastern.
It's not. Yeah. It's so far that it's a good point. Yeah, it's like northeast. Yeah, exactly. I lived in Florida for like 2 months.
One half of my family, illegal Cuban immigrants. The other half of my family, fucking snowbirds, bro. You know what I mean? And
Wait, you got illegals in your family? You better call ICE. You gotta be a good American. You gotta call ICE, bro.
Huh, dude? I don't even know where my dad is, bro. He's probably shark food by now. Seriously.
Yeah, no, I don't know where my dad is either. To be fair.
Biatches, yeah, yeah. You gabbage.
Damn, it was hot today.
Oh, really, bro? They got him? Well, there was multiple of them, but they got one of them, yeah? Seacott, baby.
Yeah, I think I misspoke. I think I'm going to say the 100-Year War started from the lineage split between French and England.
Yeah. The 100 Years War, yeah.
Yeah, I'm mixing up my unimportant foreign wars.
You can't do that. Unimportant foreign wars are the most important foreign wars.
Yeah, but the French, nothing the French do is important.
Exactly. I just said something that was unintelligible. That was the point.
Yeah, Steelman, dude. No one's arguing that, bro. 100%. And you know, it's
doing his own crazy stuff.
Like, how much evil stuff do we want them to do to maintain liberty, right? Like what do we have to do? What do they have to do that some would call evil for a good purpose? You know what I mean?
Too much liberty is a bad thing.
Call me a conspiracy theory. I would say, all governments do evil stuff to maintain power.
Yeah, every single
one. Soda, you're a conspiracy theory.
I know. I'm a radicalist. Like, I mean, I'm worse than Alex Jones.
Tinfoil hat, baby. Tinfoil hat, baby.
I used to have one of those.
Yeah, mine doesn't work. They were still getting inside.
Yeah, Adam Price, dude. Look at fucking Robespierre, man. Like, that guy was literally he was a sex cultist, and he believed he was God. He was a sex cult leader, excuse me, and he believed he was God.
I mean,
when you have someone like that running a political movement in a country, no wonder endless hordes of people had their heads cut off. I mean, like that.
No.
That's what happens when you have people like that in charge, dude. Absolute fucking degenerates, bro.
Nobody knows more about being a god than me. Believe me.
I will say that was one thing. That was one thing that Trump said at one of his rallies that really had me like, bro, what the fuck? Is when he was like, no one loves you as much as I do. And I was like, bro, get the fuck out of here. Dude. Get the fuck out of here. Shut up.
Another weird thing that Trump does that I wish he would do that he doesn't do is he gives since the assassination, he's given a lot of credit to God, but I don't think I've ever heard him mention Jesus Christ once, ever. It just kind of bugs me. It makes me, because it's kind of like, are you using Christianity for politics right now, or should I genuinely believe you?
Yes, he's absolutely using Christianity for politics. 100%.
And it's like Christians are like, I'm game for it, and it's just like, well, ask him, ask him just a simple question. Does he think Jesus is God?
He's probably a Protestant.
Yeah. He could be a Mormon. They're very active nowadays.
I was on a debate. I was on one of Page's debate panels the other night, and this guy kept calling himself a Protestant. I'm like, bro, I'm about to fucking ban your ass. Like, you just stop saying that shit.
What did you say?
Oh, I was on one of Page's panels the other night, and this guy kept calling himself a Protestant. And I'm like, bro, I'm about to ban you from this panel if you don't stop saying stupid words. Say it right. Like, it's Protestant.
Yeah.
It's a Protestant activist.
Wait, Paige has panels?
Yeah.
Page's panels?
Yeah, they're not. Yeah, she does TikTok panels after, like, she's done modding on Andrew's channel, so usually late at night.
Oh, I don't have TikTok. I don't
On TikTok, yeah.
Dang, that's probably like
it's fucking great, dude. I'm gonna tell you this right now. If you want opposition, TikTok's the fucking place, dude. Holy shit, there is just argument after argument, debate after debate. And you know what? To be honest with you, a lot of them are smart as fuck.
Okay. Well, that defeats what I was about to say. I was about to say...
No. There's some really dumb ones. When you get the women, they're really retarded. But when you get some of these guys in there, dude, like, yesterday, I had somebody snap me for like 5 minutes. It took me a minute to even figure out what the fuck to say to them.
Damn.
Yeah. No, I mean, there's some smart motherfuckers on that app. It's fucking crazy. And I'm saying there's smart people on our side, too. Paige has a couple people that mod and come in her channel that she's very friendly with, and they've added and followed me. I'm probably going to debate some of them. They're smarter than some of the most amazing debaters that I've seen in the space.
Are you in a Lambo right now?
Huh?
Are you in a Lambo right now?
He is.
Why would I be in a Lambo?
Darth Matt just said that. He was like, Tweaker's in a Lambo, by the way.
It's not his, obviously, but he's in one.
Hey,
I'm not in a
like
Lambo.
a good tweaker, bro.
I'm
He
not in a
hotwired
Lambo.
that bitch. He's on the road whipping it right now.
like that guy from that movie Holes. Woo!
Yeah. 100%.
Good movie.
No, I'm driving a shitty.
Yeah, I think you're hitting some bad service.
I'm
Bro.
driving a Lambo.
It's
Mr. probably.
Yeah, I agree with this take right here. That's definitely like the biggest thing that pisses me off about Trump. Also, he put on a fucking yarmulke and kissed the wall, dude. Go fuck yourself. Holy shit, dude.
You know the last president who didn't kiss the wall?
Who?
JFK.
Wow.
Yeah. Not saying those two things are correlated,
but you're not saying those two
I'm not saying nothing.
Yeah.
It's also weird how now people there's certain levels of Christianity that feel this weird allegiance to the state of Israel. And not so much Jewish people, more so just the state of Israel.
Yeah.
And I don't get that relationship. I don't.
Because it's named Israel.
I mean, this is Zionist. This is Zionist that freaking your panels.
Yeah. I guess I should have said I do get it, but I guess I was being a little cheap.
Corey, you debated a Zionist yesterday.
Yeah, and that Zionist beat my ass. But see, Big Soda, I could be getting money from Israel, so I had to lose it.
That's funny.
You should do an episode just looking into the origin of dispensationalist theology and the Schofield Bible. Dispensationalist theology. I've never even heard of that. Yeah,
I've heard of it.
Sure, bro. I'm down. I'll do a whole fucking deep dive on it, bro.
I've heard the Schofield Bible, but I haven't heard of the dispensational theology. But I bet you it'd be interesting, and I bet you it ties back to the Jews. The Who's.
It's a theological system that divides biblical history into distinct periods or dispensations, each characterized by a unique way God interacts with humanity.
Yeah, all of Paige's prompts are revolving around religion, like primarily, since she's an Orthodox Christian. So a lot of them are like theological conversations, usually referring to the patriarchy and the way that women should act. So the last 2 nights that I've been on the panel, all I've been doing is defending the fact that I have a body count of over 100 and I'm dating a virgin.
Mm.
They are all triggered as fuck about that.
Now that-
Yesterday, and just to,
Fucking
I like,
degenerate.
hey, but here's the thing about it, okay? In the last 12 years, I've had 2 women, or 3, sorry, 3 women in the last 12 years, to be fair. Most of my shit was early days when I was young and in high school and then just out of high school, but
Yeah. No, I mean, I get that. I was joking.
no, but I know. But here's the funny thing is like they were sitting here saying like, oh well, virgins aren't that valuable. Body count doesn't matter. There's no point of this and that and the third. They went from saying that to being like, you don't even deserve that virgin with your body count as high as it is. I'm like, which one is it? Do they have value or do they not have fucking value? You ignorant fuck. Like, you're basically like you're trying to go against your own argument with and being stupid about it because you really want me to feel sad or something. I don't know what your point is with that. Like, because the funny thing is, my answer to that was, of course, I know I don't deserve a virgin. Of course, I know that. Never said that I did. Oh, these people are so stupid. They love to act like age matters and body count matters, and I'm starting to see that they really don't have any argument for either. And they're trying to argue from like a secularist perspective, and it's like I could give you religious reasons that I think that it's probably not the greatest idea. Right? Like there's some things that I could say that might, pertain. Obviously, it would be harder to find that in Christianity, but I don't know. I've noticed that nobody really has an argument against it.
I mean, dude, there's like Glenn Lawrence is really going on a big polygyny kind of thing right now.
I know. I've been watching him. I've been keeping up on it. I've been enjoying Glenn Lawrence. I like him a lot.
It's funny because, like, we had that debate on this channel, and a few days later, it was like that topic got spread so fast. I don't know if it spread to my channel and then spread otherwise, but it was just interesting. I hadn't heard that word being used at all in debate, and then now it's fucking everywhere.
Yeah, well, people try to say polygyny is just another word for what's it called? Not polyamory.
Polygamy.
Polygamy. Thank you. God, my brain just had a fart. But it's like no, polygamy is like the overarching like category, and polygyny is one of the subcategories, which is men with multiple wives. Obviously, no one believes in the reverse. Nobody. Which is funny to me. That's usually my argument. I would if I was going to argue that debate personally, I would argue the category error along with the fallacy of basically including only one subcategory and saying that it's moral when you would automatically say that the other category is immoral, and they both lump into the same exact category. So
Go ahead.
What'd you say? No, I didn't hear.
That may have been me. I may have spoke out of turn. I was talking to my wife. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. It was lagging.
I would say, like, my biggest argument against it is I have a hard enough time handling one woman. Why the fuck would I want multiple?
Yeah, well, that's the thing about it is you can say that, but everyone's just going to be like, okay, well, that's just how you feel. Like, you know what I mean? Because like, it would be hard for. I agree with you that I think that most men probably wouldn't be able to handle multiple wives, right? Like, I actually agree with that statement. But the thing is you can't demonstrate it.
No, I'm not saying multiple people shouldn't. I'd say that'd be my argument for why I don't live that way. I don't really have a dog in that fight. I don't care what other people do in their own households. If a dude wants multiple wives, go right ahead. You know what I mean? But for me, it's more of like, I would never want to do that. Like,
I'm a lover, not a fighter. I'm a lover, not a fighter.
Like,
give me one wife, please.
Especially you get like 5 or 6 women together for a week out of the month, they're gonna be fucking going ape shit on you.
I'd say the worst thing about it would have to be when they group up on you.
Oh, that's gotta be the worst. And imagine they could be the ones wearing the pants in the household, and that can't happen. That can't happen.
I mean, it happens every day. It happens every day in progressive culture.
Yeah, well, yeah, I think they like that. I think they're into that.
They are.
They're into a lot of weird stuff.
I appreciate that one, Matt. Thank you, man. That made me feel good, bro.
They're a bunch of bitch-made little fucking errand boys. Is all they are.
All right, you guys ready to get into the word?
You already know.
All right, let's do it, man.
I will be listening. I just wanted to hop in for a minute. I gotta get myself in the house. I just pulled in while it's crazy.
Thanks for jumping in, bro. Always good to see you, man.
I might hop back in. I don't know. I got some stuff to take care of, but I'm definitely gonna be listening.
Boys, let's get some Lady Liberties in the chat for Tweak, man. Lady Liberties in the chat. This is the new salute emoji. This is the new salute emoji, bro.
All right. That's one way to do it.
We call it the Elon salute.
Yeah. That's the Liberty salute, bro. You know what I mean?
Go to a shower. I can smell you from Australia, Mr. Fista, dude. I smell better than anything to ever come out of Australia. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I don't trust Australia in their sense of smell.
That's why you smell me, because it probably smells like perfume compared to what you're used to smelling.
Does Australia have air conditioning?
I don't even think they have running water.
Oh, oof. Not looking good for you, Mr. Fista.
Yeah, he's suffering from the not a country fallacy.
When you step outside and you could die from any type of wildlife, yeah, you're not a first world country. I'm just kidding. I'm just joking.
He's definitely not.
Hang on. He says, bro, we have aircon. What the fuck is an aircon? Oh, air conditioning.
It's like
I'm
45 degrees.
I'm skeptical.
Is that Celsius or is that real temperatures, Mr. Fista?
It's Celsius. Let's look at the transversion or the trend.
It's like 90 something.
It's 113 Fahrenheit.
Woo-hoo-hoo.
He definitely used Celsius because we all know they use Celsius.
Yeah, no, dude. It's what's 40°C? Because I'm pretty sure it's like 40°C right here.
40 is probably 90, but let me do the math.
104. Okay, it's not necessarily 104 degrees out right now. It's like 38°C. But
yes, he don't speak freedom units.
He's base 10 interchangeable units and measure. Hey man, look. I love my freedom units. All right.
Yeah,
you guys may not use freedom units. Who was the first one to get to the moon? Okay.
When you win 2 world wars, you get to use whatever units you want to.
Yeah.
Undefeated,
they helped us,
baby.
They helped us in World War II. All right. Let's be very clear. Australia's been the homie.
They lost wars to emus. I don't take them serious. I'm just kidding. I love my Australian fans. What is a yard, bro? 100 of them and you get a touchdown. That's what a yard is.
Yeah, bro. Tell me what the fuck is a kilometer? You know what I mean?
It's
here we go. Steelman coming in with the heavy hitting takes here.
Yeah, but we faked it first.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah, and we did it inch by inch, motherfucker.
Yard by yard.
Yeah. That's what did he put down when he said one small step for mankind? He put a foot down. You know what I'm saying?
And then you know what else he put? He put an American flag.
Absolutely. Hey, Mr. Fista, you know, there's only one on each of those, but there's a bunch of zeros. Okay.
They like their simple, easy to learn metric or whatever system it is. See, ours is complex because we have innovators.
Yeah, we sure do.
I'm just kidding. I fucking love Australia.
No,
Them some tough people down there.
No,
and
absolutely, bro.
And plus, they've helped us every chance we needed it.
Exactly, bro. Australia is the homie. They can use whatever fucking systems of measurement they want, dude.
That's why they only got 10% tariffs.
Yeah, we need to get China out of their fucking country, bro.
Yeah,
Australia, man.
I mean, to be fair, we need to get China out of a lot of countries.
They're gonna do that all by themselves, bro.
Hopefully. Hopefully the Chinese math is going to throw everything off.
You're right. Yes, 100%. It's freedom. Freedom. Mercometrics. You know what I mean? Mercometrics.
It's people downplay the units of freedom, but man, it's just what it is. It's free to use these units, and what I mean by units, I mean Hellstorm missiles.
What was that thing that Robert Copeland or Copeland? I forget his first name, but that big pastor, he was like, "I'm in a soda can full of demons," and that lady was like, "Did you actually call like people who ride in airplanes demons?" And he goes, "I never said that. Don't you ever say I did." She was like, "Whoa." I'm in a long metal tube full of demons. Yeah, that guy's
Mr. Fister, you gotta stop selling dirt to China. That's what
they need it.
That's
you know what they actually need? They need some fucking clean drinking water.
That is true. They need a way that they can prevent locking their people inside houses. That's what they really need. They need a way that they don't have to force things on people, but they don't have it, so they have to force things on people.
You are fucking right, Mr. Fista. You're right, and it needs to stay that way. I know people get all they get all like cryy about like the school pew-pewings and all that, and it's like, dude, look, I'd much rather have that than have the government capping down on people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, oh yeah. Well, I mean, think about it, especially with how tyrannical our government is now. That's probably been the only thing that's been preventing a lot of the tyranny that from going way overboard. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's gone way overboard, but the only thing probably preventing it from getting worse is the fact that that's a true statement.
Yeah, 100%. It's a deterrent, foreign and domestic, bro. It's an important deterrent as well. Like, I know it sucks, dude, that there's tragedies that happen because of it, right? But if we were to just start taking people's legal guns, you know what's not going to stop happening? 95% of gun violence.
Yeah.
90 to 95% of it, okay? Like, the statistic is like 5 to 10% of gun violence in America is done with legally owned guns.
Yep. No, absolutely. I mean, look at I guess the S slide numbers. The only reason they're as high as they are. Now, don't get me wrong, a lot of it's tied into mental health, but guns. Like it's I guess guns inflicting the harm to themselves. But,
Well, see, so Mr. Fist, what I've also heard from other people, right, like Jess and Rude and stuff, is that there's gun control laws over in Australia. Most people still have them. They don't give a fuck. They still have them. They still sell them. Like,
well, I heard they also didn't they do mandatory buyback programs and stuff like that, like in the 90s or maybe earlier than that.
I don't know. That's crazy, bro.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I can't say anything because I'm pretty sure that we've tried to enforce mandatory buyback programs and stuff like that. I don't know if they were mandatory. They may have just been voluntary, but our government's tried to round up these guns, and they ain't getting them.
Oh, you guys got it's fucking Haiti over there, dude. That's crazy. Haiti's wild, man. All right. Let's get into Leviticus. Yeah. I want to burn through at least like 10 chapters. You know what I mean?
Of course.
We finished up 10 last time. I'll go odds. So you'll go evens. Sound good, Corey?
Perfect.
All right, cool. All right. Laws about animals for food. Oh, so this is where he says don't eat pigs and shrimp. All right. The Lord spoke again to Moses and to Aaron, saying to them, speak to the sons of Israel, saying, these are the creatures which you may eat from all the animals that are on the earth. Whatever has a divided hoof, showing split hooves, and chews the cud, among the animals that you may eat. The cud's like grass and shit, right? I'm pretty sure that's what. Here, let's make sure. I don't want to make any calls without actually knowing. Okay, yeah. So cud refers to the partially digested food that ruminant animals regurgitate and rechew. It's called ruminating. It's typically cows, right? So cows do that. They'll start chewing grass and they'll throw it back up in their mouths and finish it off. All right. Among the animals that you may eat. Nevertheless, you are not to eat these among those which chew the cud, or among those which have a divided hoof, the camel. For though it chews cud, it does not have a divided hoof. It is unclean to you. Yeah. So I've never had camel meat, but from what I've heard, it is absolutely disgusting.
I wouldn't doubt that.
It's like incredibly gamey. Like it tastes like chewing a barnyard, right?
I heard someone say their humps aren't bad because it's a place where they store water, so it's like it's softer meat. But I'm not trying it.
Well, their humps are a bunch of. It's like fat. You ever seen a skinned camel?
I think I have. I feel like I've watched someone like cook one up and say that it wasn't bad, but I can't remember now. Like it's like it's almost like a fish texture, is it not?
No, it's like beef.
I meant like I guess the weird gelatin like texture you get from like tuna, like big chunks of tuna and stuff like that. I guess that's what I meant by it. Like it's like this gelatin, almost gelatinous type meat.
So this is what a skinned camel looks like. Okay, just so we all know. Big fat caps up there in the humps, right?
I'll be honest, just looking at just the meat structure, I couldn't tell you what that looks like. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong, I see the camel in it, but like, if you were to show me this random like meat cluster and I didn't know what animals were, I'd be like, that's the weirdest fucking looking animal ever.
Yeah. So I've been in the restaurant industry for a while. I'm real big on like, fish, beef, things like that. Cuts of meat, how to cook them properly, all that, right? So I've looked into a bunch of different kinds of animals that they eat all over the world because I'm interested in foreign cuisine. Doesn't mean I like it or want to try it, but like I've talked to people about these kinds of things, especially people that come from different countries. Like there's people that really, really like goat meat. I only like goat meat in like one particular Indian dish. I think it's sagwala. It's like a creamy spinach, like spicy, creamy spinach. Yeah, it's really good curry. But that's the only time I like goat meat because otherwise it's got too much game to it. So anyway, likewise for the rock hyrax, for though it chews cud, does
hang on,
not
Flash. You want to bring it back up?
Oh shit, my bad. All right, what is a rock hyrax? Let's look that up. Wait, hold on. It's like a rodent. It's a medium-sized terrestrial mammal native to Africa and the Middle East. Okay, so it's like a. So they chew cud as well.
How big we talking? We talking like obviously bigger than a rat.
Let's see. I can't really see. It looks like a guinea pig, kind of. Okay, so they range from like 1 to 2 feet, basically.
Okay.
So for Mr. Fista, that's 30 to 58 centimeters.
Yeah, what would that?
I'm just kidding, man.
It's about half a yard.
minus 1,000 China social credit score for Scott saying horse has meat and dog too, but that doesn't mean you should eat it. I'm good with beef, pork, chicken, deer, and other wild game. Mr. Fista goes minus 1,000 China social credit score.
Damn, Scott.
What's a centimeter? That's never mind. I was gonna make a joke, but that's
What's an emu, and why did you lose to him?
I always interchange centimeters and inches when I'm talking to girls that I'm with. Anyway,
It's a good habit. Good habit.
yeah. It'll get you there once. You know what I mean? That's what I'm just joking.
It gets you in the door, but it doesn't. It doesn't allow you to view the whole house.
Oh, really? Rabbit isn't kosher? That's crazy. It says the rabbit also, for though it chews cud, it does not have a divided hoof, it is unclean to you. And the pig, for though it has a divided hoof, and so it shows a split hoof, it does not chew cud, it is unclean to you. You shall not eat any of their flesh, nor touch their carcasses, they are unclean to you. These you may eat of whatever is in the water, everything that has fins and scales, in the water, in the seas, or in the rivers you may eat. But whatever is in the seas and in the rivers that does not have fins or scales, among all the teeming life of the water and among all the living creatures that are in water, they are detestable things to you. Man, so I eat unclean shit all the time, bro. Yeah. And they shall be detestable to you. You may not eat any of their flesh, and you shall detest their carcasses. Whatever in the water does not have fins and scales is detestable to you. That sucks.
Dang, would that mean so you can't eat whales? You can't eat dolphins? You can't eat sharks? Really only like fish, like directly fish. I mean, there's probably a couple things outside of that, but mostly just fish.
Yeah. No, that's basically what it's saying. Anything that swims with some scales and fins.
Yep.
Moreover, these you shall detest among the birds. They are detestable not to be eaten. The eagle, the vulture, the buzzard, the red kite, the falcon and its kind, every raven and its kind, the ostrich, the owl, the seagull, and the hawk and its kind, the little owl, the cormorant, and the great owl, the white owl. Why didn't he just say the owl? The pelican and the carrion vulture, the stork, the heron and its kinds, the hoopoe, and the bat. All these winged insects that walk on all fours are detestable to you. Or all the winged insects that walk on all fours are detestable to you. Yet these things you may eat among all the winged insects on all fours, those which have jointed legs above their feet with which to jump on the earth. So like grasshoppers? These of them you may eat. The locust and its kind. Yeah. The devastating locust and its kind. The cricket and the grasshopper. Okay. But all other winged insects which are four-footed are detestable to you. By these, moreover, you will be made unclean. Whoever touches their carcasses becomes unclean until evening, and whoever picks up any of their carcasses shall wash his clothes and be unclean until evening. As for all the animals which have divided hoof, but do not show a split hoof, or do not chew the cud, they are unclean to you. Whoever touches them becomes unclean. Also, whatever walks on its paws among all the creatures that walk on all fours are unclean to you. Whoever touches their carcasses becomes unclean until evening. And the one who picks up their carcasses shall wash his clothes and be unclean until evening. They are unclean to you. Now these are to you the unclean among the swarming things which swarm on the earth: the mole, the mouse, and the great lizards and its kinds, the gecko, the crocodile, the lizard, and the sand reptile, and the chameleon. Oh, what, dude? Wait, crocodiles and alligators are different now. Okay? They're not the same. He didn't say nothing about me eating some gator tail. Okay? I want to be very clear about that. These are to you the unclean among the swarming things. Whoever touches them when they are dead becomes unclean until evening. Also, anything on which one of them may fall when they are dead becomes unclean, including any wooden article, or clothing, or a hide, or a sack, any article which they may, of which use is made. It shall be put in the water and be unclean until evening. Then it becomes clean. As for any earthenware vessel into which one of them may fall, whatever is in it becomes unclean, and you shall break the vessel. Any of the food which may be eaten on the water, on which water comes, shall become unclean, and any liquid which may be drunk in any vessel shall become unclean. Oh, so if you even bring the body into your boat, like, you need to break the boat, you need to break everything that's in the boat. Moreover, everything on which part of the carcass may fall becomes unclean. An oven or a stove shall be smashed. They are unclean and shall continue as unclean to you. Nevertheless, a spring or a cistern collecting water shall be clean, though the one who touches their carcass shall be unclean. Now, if a part of their carcass falls on any seed, that's kind of a weird one, right? Like it's saying, like so if like the body of one of these unclean animals even goes near your stove, you have to like touches your stove, you have to smash it. But if it goes into like a spring or a cistern, it's still the water's still clean.
Well, you got to think about it. I mean, it's kind of nature, so it's like these animals need water to drink. I mean, it's not, I guess, what would be the best way to say it? Like, it would be weird for God to make these animals crave water, but then how would you know when you come across water whether they've touched it or not? What did Mr. Fista say?
That's fair. He said, him and Tweaker are having a little back and forth.
Oh, okay.
And he goes, don't think there were many crocs in the Levant region 2,500 years ago. Base Tweaker said, shut up, Fista. Mr. Fista goes, if you rock fast enough, I will. He said 9,000 rocks per minute and I'll stop for an hour. And Tweaker goes, I rock at 3 times the speed of light. Yeah, no, 100%, dude. 100%.
What is it? 9,000 RPMs is like what I guess. I don't think cars go that high for shifting, but instead of it being rotations per minute, it's rocks per minute.
Yeah. Well, like 9,000 RPMs is like at the very top of red line.
Those are some insane numbers.
Judaism doesn't even really follow these rules. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, they definitely. I mean, they definitely don't follow any of the sacrificial rules anymore. At least to what I know, right? Like they're not out here like sacrificing animals twice a day.
Well, I think it was Mr. Fista the one that's said about the what is it? The rabbinism or the how Judaism switched from this style to like rabbinic or
rabbinic.
Yeah. I think it was Mr. Fist. If it wasn't, I apologize.
Yeah. That's the weird the Judaism they have now is the weird sideburns.
Mm-hmm. Because now they don't do the high priest and priest relationship anymore.
Right. Yeah. They don't worship God anymore, dude.
Well, that's true too, but I was going to give them a little credit, but no credit for them.
Yeah. Yeah. Rabbinic Judaism was the rabbinic Jews that killed Christ, right? I'm not mistaken.
If I'm not, but I will also say I think a lot of people call Jesus Christ a rabbi.
Yeah,
but I could be wrong. I thought I remember hearing it. I don't know if it was direct verses, but there's stuff I've seen to where I felt like they called him, rabbi, which I assume probably translates to some teacher or
pastor. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that. Yeah. All right. So, where's the water? Shall become unclean. As for any earthenware vessel that may fall, you shall break the vessel. Moreover, any part of the carcass that may fall becomes unclean. Stove should be smashed. Spring or cistern collecting water. Now, if part of their carcass falls on any seed for sowing, which is to be sown, it is clean. But if the water is to be put on the seed, and part of the carcass falls on it, it is unclean to you.
That's an odd one.
So I guess it's saying like after you've planted it, if like you spill the blood of an unclean animal on it in any kind of way, then it's unclean. But if it's just in like a bundle with a bunch of other seeds, then it's different. I guess. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Also, if one of the animals, you know what that might be? It might be because like, blood spilling, like, so when plants grow, they absorb nutrients from the ground around them.
Yeah.
You know, so what that's probably for is like as plants grow and absorb that, if they absorb the unclean animal, right, that means that the unclean animal is going to be part of that plant specifically. Okay,
Yep.
okay,
And
I can see that.
if you eat it, well, I'm not saying it's still unclean, but if you eat it, then you would be getting that uncleanliness onto you.
Right, right. Also, if one of the animals dies, which you have for food, the one who touches its carcass becomes unclean until evening. He too who eats some of its carcass shall wash his clothes and be unclean until evening. And the one who picks up its carcass shall wash his clothes and be unclean until evening. Now, every swarming thing that swarms on the earth is detestable, not to be eaten. Whatever crawls on its belly, whatever walks on all fours, whatever has many feet, in regard to every swarming thing that swarms on the earth, you shall not eat them because they are detestable.
There's your alligators.
Man, come on, bro.
But to be
I
fair,
just want gator nuggets, man. Come on, man.
if I remember correctly, I don't think we would be adhered to this, I guess, law system, because I think this is a part of the covenant in which Jesus Christ, fulfills.
Yeah. Yeah. So I can still eat bacon, baby. Let's go.
Let's go.
All right. Do not make yourselves detestable through any of the swarming things that swarm. You shall not make yourselves unclean with them, so you may become unclean. For I am the Lord your God. Consecrate yourselves, therefore, and be holy, because I am holy. You shall not make yourselves unclean with any of the swarming things that swarm on the earth. For I am the Lord who brought you up from the land of Egypt to be your God, and so you shall be holy, because I am holy. This is the law regarding the animal and the bird and every living thing that moves in the waters and everything that swarms on the earth, to make a distinction between the unclean and the clean, and between the edible creature and the creature which is not to be eaten. Got something in my eye. All right.
The laws of motherhood. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the sons of Israel, saying, When a woman gives birth and delivers a male child, then she shall be unclean for 7 days. As she is in the days of her menstruation, she shall be unclean. Then on the 8th day of the flesh of his foreskin shall be circumcised, and she shall stay at home in her condition of blood purification for 33 days. She shall not touch any consecrated thing, nor enter the sanctuary until the days of her purification are complete. If she gives birth to a female child, then she shall be unclean for 2 weeks, as in her menstruation, and she shall stay home in her condition of blood purification for 66 days. When the day of her purification are complete for a son or for a daughter, she shall bring to the priest at the doorway of the tent of meetings a 1-year-old lamb as a burnt offering, and a young pigeon or turtle dove as a sin offering. Then she shall offer it before the Lord, make atonement for her, and she shall be cleaned from the flow of her blood. This is the law of her who gives birth to a child, whether a male or female. But if she go ahead.
Hold on. Then he shall offer it before the Lord, make atonement for her, and she shall be cleansed from the flow of her blood. This is the law for her who gives birth to a child, whether a male or a female. Oh, the child, whether male or female. I was like, wait a minute. Is this one of those fucking woke Bibles or something?
You thought this was a woke Bible.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, okay. No,
wow, this one was short. But if she cannot afford a lamb, then she shall take 2 turtle doves or 2 young doves, the one as a burnt offering and the other as a sin offering. The priest shall make atonement for her, and she will be clean. It's also interesting. Now, God is much more wiser than me, but why is having a child making her unclean? Could it be just the element of the fact that, hey, she's secreting blood, diseases are carried in blood, so the potentiality that blood being spread from person to person could be unclean? Or could it be that in this state, women are very vulnerable because of, bleeding out, and so does it mean that this uncleanliness is could be harmful to her, I guess, health.
That's possible. I'm not sure.
It's a weird one. I mean, God would obviously know the reason why more than I would. It could just be a simple warning to humans saying, "Hey, this is a dangerous time, so be careful. Treat it as a ritual of cleanliness and uncleanliness, so that way you're taking, I guess, you're being responsible during this, time in which people are vulnerable."
Yeah, and like mortality rates, I'm sure were through the roof. Birth mortality, like I'm sure they were through the roof back then.
And so you kind of have to explain to your people that, hey, she's very vulnerable, but it's like, how do you make it like a serious thing where you say, well, this is a ritual and this is a ritual to me, so you have to take this serious. Maybe it's like the easiest way to explain to us feeble humans that they have to take this situation very serious.
Yeah, so Darth Matt said pretty good. He was like he doesn't think that they had knowledge of germs and disease, so God told them what's up without making their heads explode.
Yeah.
Fair.
It's like for God to explain to Moses, hey, there's these little microbes that you have to constantly watch out for, and this, that, and the third. It would be easier to explain it in the form of rituals to where, hey, it's the same thing with the food. It's like, well, to me, the pig makes, or not to eat the pig, the reason it makes the most sense is because of the diseases they potentially could carry.
Okay, so Mr. Fiston says because certain activities like births, deaths, and menstruation leave you ritually impure until you are cleansed through ritual.
I guess why would they? Well, I guess that makes sense. Leave you impure. Does the impure mean unclean, like uncleanliness, like prone to disease or this, that, and the third? But I'll continue. It says that the test for leprosy.
Oh, you want to read this one?
Oh, well, no, you can go ahead. I forgot that was a short one.
It's all good. I mean, if you want to read another one, that's fine.
I mean, I'll read another one. It says, "Then the Lord spoke to Moses and to Aaron, saying, when someone has the skin of his body, has on the skin of his body a swelling or a scab or a bright spot, it becomes an infection of leprosy on the skin of his body. Then he shall be brought to Aaron the priest, or to one of his sons, the priest. The priest shall look at the infected area of the skin of the body, and if the hair in the infection has turned white, and the infection appears to be deeper than the skin of his body, it is an infection of leprosy. When the priest has looked at him, he shall pronounce him unclean. But if the bright spot is white on the skin of his body, and it does not appear to be deeper than the skin, and the hair on it has not turned white, then the priest shall isolate the person who has the infection for 7 days. Then the priest shall look at him on the seventh day, and if in his eyes the infection has not changed and the infection has not spread on his skin, then the priest shall isolate him for 7 more days. The priest shall look at him again on the 7th day, and if the infected area has faded and the infection has not spread on his skin, then the priest shall pronounce him clean. It is only a rash, and he shall wash his clothes and be clean. But if the rash spreads farther on the skin after he has shown himself to the priest for his cleansing, he shall appear again to the priest, and the priest shall look. If the rash is spread on his skin, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is leprosy. Which is interesting because one of my most favorite I guess people of history had leprosy. I'm gonna draw a blank on his name. I think he was during the first Crusades. King. Oh man, hang on, I'm gonna have to look it up.
Oh, the Leper King. I know what you're talking
I'm trying to think of his name. Baldwin, I think the fourth. King
Baldwin the
Baldwin
Fourth.
IV.
Yeah, yeah, with the mask.
I
Yeah.
was gonna say that with Saladin and as the I guess Muslim leader at the time. It's a great.
He was Muslim.
This Saladin was.
Oh
Well,
yeah.
yeah, Saladin was. Like I guess his arch rival, the person he fought many battles with. I want to say that was around past the 500s when Muhammad was born. Yeah. I was going to say that probably happened around 1000 AD or something like that.
Yeah.
Maybe
So he was. Oh dang, dude. He died at the age of 24. That's crazy.
he was fighting at the age of like 12, 13, or 14
Wow.
with leprosy. And he wanted to be out there with his men. There's a great movie about it. I don't know how historically accurate it is, but I believe it's called The Leopard King, but it could be called something else. It could be called just King Baldwin. And I love his story. That man was an animal. He was taking like 500 horsemen and taking on like thousands of, I forget what country he was fighting, but I know they were Muslim under the Saladin leadership.
What was the movie?
I think it was the Leopard King, but it could be King Baldwin. Kingdom of Heaven.
Kingdom of Heaven.
Yeah,
That
2005.
was it. Yeah.
Such a good movie. Like, I mean, to be honest, that man had God on his side. Because I mean, that man like was fighting battles he should have lost. But I'll get back into it.
Hey, dude, he was an absolute ledge, bro.
I love King Baldwin.
100% unit.
Let's see. When the infection of leprosy is on someone, then he shall be brought to the priest. The priest shall then look, and if there is a white swelling on the skin, and it has turned the hair white, and there is a new raw flesh in the swelling, it is a chronic leprosy on the skin of his body, and the priest shall pronounce him unclean. He shall not isolate him, for he is unclean, or he shall not isolate him, for he is unclean. I figured it would have been the opposite of that. If the leprosy breaks out further on the skin and the leprosy covers all the skin of the person who has the infection from his head even to his feet, as far as the priest can see, then the priest shall look, and behold, if the leprosy has covered his entire body, he shall pronounce the one who has the infection clean. It has all turned white, and he is clean. But whenever raw flesh appears on him, he shall be unclean. The priest shall look at the raw flesh, and he shall pronounce him unclean. The raw flesh is unclean; it is leprosy. Or if the raw flesh turns back and is changed to white, then he shall come to the priest, and the priest shall look at him, and behold, if the infected area has turned white, then the priest shall pronounce the one who has the infection clean. He is clean. Now, when the body has a boil on its skin and is healed, and in the place of the boil there is a white swelling or a reddish white bright spot, then it shall be shown to the priest, and the priest shall look, and behold, if it appears to be deeper than the skin, and the hair on it has turned white, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is the infection of leprosy. It has broken out in the boil. But if the priest looks at him, and behold, there are no white hairs in it, and it is not deeper than the skin, and is faded, then the priest shall isolate him for 7 days. And if it spreads further on the skin, Then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is an infection. But if the bright spot remains in its place and does not spread, it is only the scar of the boil, and the priest shall pronounce him clean. Boy, it feels like I'm reading a lot of the same stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm getting lost. So I think it's throwing me off. Or if the body sustains in its skin a burn by fire, and the raw flesh of the burn becomes a bright spot, reddish white or white, then the priest shall look at it. If the hair in the bright spot has turned white and it appears to be deeper than the skin, it is leprosy. It has broken out in the burn, therefore the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is an infection of leprosy. But if the priest looks at it, and indeed there is no white hair in the bright spot, and it is no deeper than the skin, but is dim, then the priest shall isolate him for 7 days, and the priest shall look at him on the seventh day. If it spreads further in the skin, the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is an infection of leprosy. But if the bright spot remains in its place and has not spread in the skin, but is dim, it is the swelling from the burn, and the priest shall pronounce him clean, for it is only the scar of the burn. Now, if a man or a woman has an infection on the head or on the beard, then the priest shall look at the infection. And if it appears to be deeper than the skin, there is a thin yellowish hair in it, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a scale. It is leprosy of the head or of the beard. But if the priest looks at the infection of the scale, and indeed it appears to be no deeper than the skin, and there is no black hair in it, then the priest shall isolate the person for this scaly infection for 7 days. And on the seventh day, the priest shall look at the infection, and if the scale has not spread, no yellowish hair has grown in it, and the appearance of the scale is no deeper than the skin, then he shall shave himself, but he shall not shave the scale, and the priest shall isolate the person with the scale for 7 more days. Then on the seventh day, the priest shall look at the scale, and if that sound right? That sounds right, right? I guess when they're talking about scale, they're talking about kind of a scab or
thick, rough skin. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, okay. Says, if the scale is not spread on the skin and it appears to be no deeper than the skin, the priest shall pronounce him clean, and he shall wash his clothes and be clean. But if the scale spreads further in the skin after his cleansing, then the priest shall look at him, and if the scale has spread on his skin, and the priest does not look for the yellowish hair, he is unclean. If in his sight the scale has remained, however, and the black hair has grown in it, and the scale has healed, and he is clean, the priest shall pronounce him clean. When a man or woman has bright spots on the skin of the body, white bright spots, then the priest shall look, and if the bright spots on the skin of their bodies are a faint white, it is eczema that has broken out on the skin, and he is clean. Now, if a man loses the hair of his head, he is only bald. He is clean.
Well, I'm clean.
I'm reading. But if on the bald head or the bald forehead there occurs a reddish white infection, it is leprosy breaking out on his bald head or on his bald forehead. You check for that? You make sure you ain't got no leprosy or any scales.
I don't know. I know a badass mask I can get if I do, though.
That's true. Then the priest shall look at him, and if the swelling of the infection is reddish white on his bald head or on his bald forehead, like the appearance of the leprosy in the skin of the body, he is a leprous. leprous man, he is unclean. The priest must pronounce him unclean. His infection is on his head. As for the person who has the leprous infection, his clothes shall be torn, and the hair of his head shall be uncovered, and he shall cover his mustache and call out, unclean, unclean. He shall remain unclean all the days until which he has the infection. He is unclean. He shall live alone, and he shall live outside. I love you too, Mama. When a garment has a mark of leprosy in it, whether it is a wool garment or a linen garment, whether in the warp or woof of the linen or of wool, whether in leather or in any article made of leather, if the mark is greenish or reddish in the garment or in the leather, whether in the warp or in the woof or in any article of leather, it is leprous. It is a leprous mark. It shall be shown to the priest. Then the priest shall look at the mark and shall quarantine. That word, I don't like that word anymore.
Neither do I.
America ruined that for me. The article with the mark for 7 days. He shall then look at the mark on the 7th day. If the mark has spread in the garment, whether I'm a little confused at which region we're talking about when we say garment. Are we talking like below waist area?
I don't think.
It's like
talking about when a garment has a mark of leprosy in it. So I think what it's saying is like if you have the infection and it's like oozing out, it's saying if the mark is greenish or reddish, so it's like bloody or pussy in the garment, whether in the warp or the wolf, I don't necessarily know exactly what. Material woven crosswise is the woof, and lengthwise material and weaving is the warp.
It seems like what you're saying, like, well, when it's starting to ooze into the actual garments or outfits in which you're wearing.
Yeah.
Okay. Whether in the warp or the woof or in the leather, whether the purpose for which the leather is used, the mark is a leprous
malignancy.
Malignancy. It is unclean. So he shall burn the garment, whether it is the warp or the woof, in the wool or linen, or any article of leather in which the mark occurs, for it is a leprous malignancy. I don't know why. That's why you're the best at this. Man, I struggle with
like,
pronunciation.
it's talking about like malignant tumor, like
okay, that makes sense.
Malignancy means like it's malignant, like it's dangerous, right?
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
It shall be burned in the fire. But if the priest looks, and indeed the mark has not spread in the garment, and either in the warp or the woof, or in any article of leather, then the priest shall order them to wash the thing in which the mark occurs, and he shall quarantine it for 7 more days. After the article with the mark has been washed, the priest shall look, and if the mark has not changed its appearance, even if the mark has not spread, it is unclean. You shall burn it in the fire. Whether an eating away has produced bareness or on the back or on the front of it. But if the priest looks, and indeed the mark has faded after it has been washed, then he shall tear it out of the garment or out of the leather, whether from the warp or from the woof. Yet if it appears again in the garment, whether in the warp or in the woof, or in any article of leather, it is an outbreak. The article with the mark shall be burned in the fire. But the garment, whether the warp or the woof, or any article of the leather from which the mark has disappeared when you washed it, it shall be washed a second time and will be clean. This is the law for the mark of leprosy in a garment of wool or linen, whether in the warp or in the woof, or in any article of leather for pronouncing it clean or unclean.
Man, they really made you make up that last short one, didn't they?
Boy, but I will say that one makes a lot of sense, especially the hygiene and infection areas, especially dealing with leprosy. Like that probably saved a lot of people.
Dude, you know what's crazy? The second I saw HMO4 and HMO2, I was like, man, I knew exactly what they were talking about. They're talking about surf, bro.
Oh yeah. What is hidden move 2? Is that cut?
Hidden move 2, I think is. I thought that was 1, wasn't it?
I thought 1 was flash.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're right. You're right. Yes.
And I think HMO3 is rock smash. HOM4 is is surf.
Yeah.
HMO5 is fly. HMO6 is strength is 4. Or surf could be no. I think strength is 4. HMO5 is surf. HMO6, I'm not sure. I know waterfalls in there, but after that, it's been so long. I shouldn't lie. It's been like maybe a year since I played Pokemon.
Okay, so actually we were both wrong. HMO1 was cut. HMO2 was fly. HMO3 was surf. HMO4 was strength, and HMO5 was flash. But you don't get them in the order in which they come, right? So you can use HMO5, which is flash, when you beat Brock and get the boulder badge.
Yep.
You can use HMO1 when you go up against what's her name? Misty to get the Cascade badge. You get Fly from Lieutenant Surge with the Thunder badge. You get Strength from Erica when you get the Rainbow badge. And then you don't get Surf until you go up against what's her name, bro?
The psychic chick, right?
Yes, I can't remember her name.
Sabrina.
Yes, Sabrina to get Surf, yeah.
Hey, me and my kid been watching the anime, or I guess the first season of Pokemon. And we watched the movie not that long ago too, the Mewtwo movie.
Really?
I want to get him into it. I don't know if it's there. I mean, he kind of thinks it's cool, but I don't know. I'm trying.
Yeah. Yeah, no, dude, 100%.
But I guess that kind of makes sense with the HM because, to be fair, they may have, when they made the HM, like for the game, there probably wasn't an order with it. It's probably they named them as they thought of them. And then they decided, once they started developing the game, hey, maybe we'll reorganize these. We just won't change the name to them.
No, yeah, they did, apparently. They did a bunch. So, like, I stopped playing after, I think, Ruby. So that was Hoenn. That was Generation 3. I don't think I played any of them past that.
I was going to say, we probably quit around the same time then. I quit playing, I think, the next one after that, the Diamond and Pearl.
Yeah, see, I don't remember any of those.
Well, I think Diamond and Pearl was originally, or I think that's when the DS came out. So it was like the first promotion to the DS. So if you just had a Game Boy Color and everything, you probably ended on the 3rd gen or Ruby and Sapphire.
Yeah.
My favorite was the 2nd gen, though. I was a big 2nd gen guy.
Oh, yeah, dude. Gold and Silver? Yep. Man.
I love
that. Was the bomb, dude. That was the bomb, bro.
But to be fair, my kid got a Switch, and so we have the Arceus one, and so that one's kind of cool, but as an adult, Pokemon, it gets old.
Yeah, yeah. See, I would honestly, I would go back and probably play Gold and Silver again. But yeah, I would have to do that on my own time.
It gets repetitive. As an adult, it's like things that are repetitive throw me off, and I can't. It's kind of an acquired taste.
So it was like I grew up playing. Yeah, Mr. Fista, absolutely. Yeah, so when growing up, I played a bunch of the repetitive games, especially like Final Fantasy, which was very, very similar to like Pokemon, where it's like turn-based fighting. Every battle that you do, you get a certain amount of experience. Only way to gain experience is either to get an item that levels you up or to win fights, and there's no middle ground, right? That was anyway. That's real. That's lower class lore, I suppose. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, all right. Law of cleansing a person with leprosy. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "This shall be the law of the person with leprosy on the day of his cleansing. Now he shall be brought to the priest, and the priest shall go to a place outside the camp. Then the priest shall look, and if the leprous infection has been healed in the person with leprosy, then the priest shall give orders to take 2 live clean birds, cedar wood, and a scarlet string and a hyssop for the one who is to be cleansed. The priest shall also give orders to slaughter the one bird in an earthenware vessel over running water. As for the bird, he shall take it together with the cedar wood and the scarlet string and the hyssop, and shall dip them and the live bird in the blood of the bird that was slaughtered over the running water. He shall then sprinkle 7 times the one who is to be cleansed from the leprosy, and shall pronounce him clean, and shall let the live bird go free over the open field. The one to be cleansed shall then wash his clothes and shave off all of his hair and bathe in water and be clean. And afterward he may enter the camp, and he shall stay outside his tent for 7 days. Then it shall be on the 7th day that he shall shave off all of his hair. He shall shave his head and his beard and his eyebrows, even all of his hair. He shall then wash his clothes and bathe his body in water and be clean. Now on the 8th day is to take 2 male lambs without defect and a yearling ewe lamb without defect, and 3/10 of an ephah of fine flour mixed with oil as a grain offering, and 1 log of oil. And the priest who is to pronounce him clean shall then present the person to be cleansed and the offerings before the Lord at the doorway of the tent of meeting. Then the priest shall take the 1 male lamb and bring it as a guilt offering with the log of oil, and present them as a wave offering before the Lord. He shall slaughter the male lamb in the place where they slaughter the sin offering and the burnt offering, in the place of the sanctuary for the guilt offering, just like the sin offering belongs to the priest. It is most holy. The priest shall then take some of the blood of the guilt offering, and the priest shall put it on the lobe of the right ear of the one to be cleansed, and the thumb of his right hand, and on the big toe of his right foot. The priest shall also take some of the log of oil and pour it into his left palm, and the priest shall then dip his right hand finger into the oil that is in his left palm, and with his finger sprinkle some of the oil 7 times before the Lord. Of the remaining oil which is in his palm, the priest shall put some on the right earlobe of the one to be cleansed, on the thumb of the right hand, on the big toe of the right foot, on the blood of the guilt offering. So to cover the blood that they dabbed first. As for the rest of the oil that is in the priest's palm, he shall put it on the head of the one to be cleansed. So the priest shall make atonement on his behalf before the Lord. The priest shall next offer the sin offering and make atonement for the one to be cleansed from his uncleanness. Then afterward he shall slaughter the burnt offering. The priest shall offer up the burnt offering and the grain offering to the altar. So the priest shall make atonement for him, and he will be clean. But if he is poor and his means are insufficient, then he is to take 1 male lamb for a guilt offering as a wave offering to make atonement for him, and 1/10 of an ephah of flour mixed with oil as a grain offering, and a log of oil, and 2 turtle doves or 2 young doves, which are within his means. The one shall be a sin offering, and the other a burnt offering. Then on the 8th day he shall bring them for his cleansing to the priest at the doorway of the tent of meeting before the Lord. The priest shall take the lamb of the guilt offering and the log of oil, and the priest shall offer them as a wave offering before the Lord. Next he shall slaughter the lamb of the guilt offering, and the priest is to take some of the blood of the guilt offering and put it on the lobe of the right ear of the one to be cleansed, and the thumb of his right hand and the big toe of his right foot. The priest shall also pour some of the oil onto his left palm, and with his right hand finger the priest shall sprinkle some of the oil that is in his left palm 7 times before the Lord. The priest shall then put some of that oil in his palm on the lobe of the right ear, the thumb of the right hand, and the big toe of the right foot on the place of the blood of the guilt offering. Moreover, the rest of the oil that is in the priest's palm he shall put on the head of the one to be cleansed to make atonement on his behalf before the Lord. He shall then offer 1 of the turtle doves or young doves, which are within his means. He shall offer what he can afford. The one is a sin offering and the other as a burnt offering, together with the grain offering. So the priest shall make atonement before the Lord on behalf of the one to be cleansed. This is the law for him whom there is an infection of leprosy, whose means are limited for his cleansing. Cleansing a leprous house. The Lord further spoke to Moses and to Aaron, saying, when you enter the land of Canaan, which I am giving you as a possession, I put a spot of leprosy on a house in the land of your possession. Oh, and I put a spot of leprosy on a house in the land of your possession. Then the one who owns the house shall come and tell the priest, saying something like, a spot of leprosy has been visible to me in the house. The priest shall then command that they empty the house before the priest goes in to look at the spot, so that everything in the house need not become unclean, and afterward the priest shall go in and look at the house. So he shall look at the spot, and if the spot on the walls of the house has greenish or reddish depressions and appears deeper than the surface, the priest shall come out of the house to the doorway and quarantine the house for 7 days. Then the priest shall return on the 7th day and make an inspection. If the house has indeed spread to the walls of the house, or if the spot has indeed spread on the walls of the house, the priest shall order them to pull out the stones with the spot on them and throw them away at an unclean place outside the house. And he shall have the house scraped all around inside, and they shall dump the plaster they scrape off at an unclean place outside the city. Then they shall take other stones and replace the discarded stones, and he shall take other plaster and replaster the house. If, however, the spot breaks out again in the house after he has pulled all the stones and scraped the house, after it has been replastered, then the priest shall come in and make an inspection. If he sees that the spot has indeed spread in the house, it is a malignant spot in the house, it is unclean. The owner shall therefore tear down the house, its stones, its timbers, and all the plaster of the house, and he shall take them outside the city to an unclean place. Moreover, whoever goes into the house during the time that it is quarantined becomes unclean until evening. Likewise, whoever lies down in the house shall wash his clothes, and whoever eats in the house shall wash his clothes. If on the other hand, the priest comes in and makes an inspection, and the spot has not indeed spread in the house after the house has been replastered, then the priest shall pronounce the house clean because the spot has not reappeared. To cleanse the house, then he shall take 2 birds, cedar wood, a scarlet string, and hyssop, and he shall slaughter the one bird in an earthenware vessel over running water. Then he shall take the cedar wood, the hyssop, and the scarlet string with the live bird, and dip them in the blood of the slaughtered bird, as well as the running water, and sprinkle the house 7 times. So he shall cleanse the house with the blood of the bird and with the running water, along with the live bird, the cedar wood, the hyssop, and the scarlet string. However, he shall let the live bird go free outside the city into the open field. So he shall make atonement for the house, and it will be clean. This is the law for any spot of leprosy, even for a scale, and for the leprous garment or house, and for a swelling, for a scab, or for a bright spot, to teach when they are unclean and when they are clean. This is the law of leprosy. Still with me, Corey? Oh! What up, dude?
I'm sorry. I got caught by a notification, and instead of I expanded it to read it right quick, and then I accidentally clicked on it, and it booted me out.
Oh, it's all good, dude.
Less unimportant news than what we're doing right now with the Bible. The House just voted on through the subcommittee to what is it? Subpoena Ghislaine Maxwell.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think they won an 8-2 vote, and so now they have. I guess they'll have the authority to subpoena Ghislaine, but none of that's as important as what we're reading right now with the Bible. So I would say I was doing something I shouldn't have, like reading notifications while listening to the Bible.
I wonder if that's going to be like televised. That's crazy.
Now, I mean, it should, but if I doubt it, because it's kind of like, because I mean, it should be televised unless they bring up a sensitive topic and they'll be like, well, we'll move to the backdoor channels too, or the back room to talk about certain stuff. So hopefully it is, but you never know.
So when's the DOJ going to sit down with her?
I take it that's. I mean, I don't know if there's been a given date for it, and I take it would probably be as soon as next week.
So when are they? Okay, so she's going to be deposed on August 11th at the federal prison.
Dude, the government never works fast enough for me.
So that's going to give them plenty of time to sit down with her and go, okay, check it out. You want out of prison? Here's the deal. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sorry. I don't see this going any other way, right? Why would they sit down with this woman if they're not offering her some kind of deal? Because all I'm saying is, if I was looking down the barrel, what she's got another like 13 years in prison, I think. She got, what, 20 years, right?
I think she got, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's 20 to 25 years. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. Okay, so let's just say
It's
it's
already been 7. Good Lord, time's flying.
Yeah. Oh no. Actually, wait. I don't remember when she got.
Oh, I think it was shortly after the 2019 arrest of Jeffrey Epstein.
I got my timeline wrong. That was on me.
I mean, I don't think you're that off, though. I mean, at least 5.
She was convicted in 2021. She was sentenced to 20 years in federal prison in 2022. So she's only been in prison for 3 years. She's looking at 17 years, and the DOJ is going to come talk to me for information. I mean, like I'm just looking at it from like a criminal's perspective, right? If the government's coming at me looking for information, if you don't have some kind of deal with me, fuck you. Sorry.
Yeah. I'm gonna be honest. It's like, yeah. I mean, if she was in a normal prison, I would say the DOJ has the leverage. But the prison that she's at, she's got all the leverage.
No, that's fair.
Because I mean, it's one of those things. Oh, so you're coming to me, and now you want to know. You should already have those files.
No, but I mean, even like even if she was in a state prison, let's say, like the dirtiest, worst prison on the planet, right? Like they come to her, she still has the leverage.
That is true too.
You want information from me? You want information from me? I need a fucking sweetheart deal, okay? Like that's the bottom line. I'm getting out of here because they're coming to her, getting something from her, and she's sitting in prison, whether it's federal or not. You know what I mean? So like, she's got all the leverage in this situation, and I don't see someone who is in prison doing anything for the Department of Justice without some kind of deal. Okay, yeah. Bottom line, that's what's going on here. They can paint it however they want.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm with you. There's no way. There's no underlining deal being established with this.
Right, Scott. Based, absolutely. Yeah. Release the Ghislaine Maxwell trial transcripts. Okay, let's see what they wrote for that one, because it wasn't televised and they didn't release any transcripts. Okay.
I'll take it a step further. You know who did. Now, Pam Bondi, she's got all the things that pertain to the FBI. Who really has all the information? Tulsi Gabbard.
Yeah.
If the information exists, the director of national security or the director of national intelligence is going to have all that information. All the investigations, the FBI, CIA, any type of information that links back to Epstein, she's gonna, if it exists, she's gonna have it.
Yeah. See, like, to me, I know like some people might consider this a hot take. I don't care whether Epstein like offed himself or got offed. To me, that's completely inconsequential to the ramifications of like the list. Because there is a fucking list, okay? I don't care what anyone says. There's a list. They know. It may not be like, like line paper, a little book, like, okay, on this day, Bill Gates, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like that kind of list, but it's people they know he had dirt on. And when it comes to dossiers, that could look like one name and fucking pages of evidence. One name, pages of, oh, dude, 100%, bro. Yeah. 100%. I mean, like, that's, all I'm saying is, man, like, you know,
And the question is, if you're Dan Bongino and you've pushed for this so much, at what point are you willing to risk, leaking this information and going to prison for what you feel is right?
yeah.
Because there's been some people that's been around Trump who's gone to prison. You got the Michael Flynn's, you got the Stephanopoulos, you got people who. Now, I'm not saying Stephanopoulos is a principal person, but I think Mike Flynn is. And so
Michael
the
Flynn
question
got
is,
fucked, bro.
oh yeah.
So did
And
Bannon.
yep,
Yeah.
yep.
Yeah, dude. As I said that, this came up. Yeah, dude. That's what I was gonna say. So did Bannon. He got completely fucked, bro.
Yep. Another one. I mean, look at Mike Cernovich. He was a big advocator in the first administration that kind of convinced Trump about the weird, Epstein stuff and how it'd be good to release him. And then Trump gave it, or Pam Bondi gave him, a binder, a phase 1 binder, and played him like a fool.
Yep.
And now because I'll be honest, before Mike Cernovich, the Epstein stuff, it was kind of, I heard about it. It was a little rumorish, but like Cernovich was the first person I heard like going into vast detail about it. And now Cernovich is kind of carrying Trump's water and saying, kind of moving past it. And I'm like, Cernovich, I don't like that. I don't like all these people who were shouting about it all up until, 2024. Then the moment Trump flips, everyone flips on it.
Yeah. We'll see. So I'll tell you, like, to me, the way that they did that, I don't like the way they handled it, but I generally do think there has to be some kind of like plan involved in this. There has to be some kind of plan. I mean, it doesn't make sense where they were railing about this thing. Bongino, Kash Patel, JD Vance even said they need to release the list.
Yep.
Trump said he was going to release the list. They all said this leading up to this moment. And then when the heat got turned up, they went, nope, stop right now. They handled it bad, but I'm like, as time goes on, right, I'm starting to think more and more that there's something more at fucking play here, dude. I'm sorry. Now we're seeing them going after Obama. I don't know how much fruit that's going to come or that's going to bring, but like, it seems like there's going to be a cascading effect of people that are going to start getting a bunch of charges levied at them. They're going to start getting put in cuffs right before the midterms, and that's going to be the most effective. Yeah, it's going to be the meta. It's what they tried to do with Trump, and when it's the people who did it to him are now having it done to them. Like, a lot of people back Trump because they threw him in jail, right? And he was the first one. He was the first president that's had these kind of charges levied at him like this. And Trump didn't get pardoned, okay?
Nope.
He hasn't pardoned himself for anything. He didn't get pardoned for shit. He beat the charges and then won the fucking presidency, right? So, like, Nixon was different. Nixon had charges levied at him, and then Gerald Ford pardoned him immediately, right? That's a completely different story.
You know what's slimy about that? Especially start tracking the George H.W. Bush and his kind of ascendants. Boy, from looking at the limited information that I've seen, they set Nixon up. I will go down. That smells like the rottenest investigation I've ever seen. Like you learn the details of like there was a person on Tucker who kind of went into deep detail about the Watergate scandal and stuff like that. And then you see that, members of the CIA were breaking into the Watergate hotel.
Yeah.
And it just smells like a setup.
Yeah,
I think
you're right.
Bob Woodburn, the famous investigative journalist, he got his first big story as a nobody covering the Watergate scandal. It's just, there's so many details that lead up into it that just smell fishy. The moment after I guess like the moment after the Watergate scandal happened, George Bush Sr. goes from the head of the Republican Party to the director of the CIA. And which, I mean, to be fair, George H.W. Bush is the first CIA, I guess you could call CIA plant as a president.
Yeah. I wouldn't doubt that. Well, he was all tied up with him, dude. He was in Skull and Bones, him and his son.
Yep. Well,
They were both involved in all those. Like, that's the thing is when you say, like, oh, presidents were in Skull and Bones. No, you know who else was in fucking Skull and Bones at Harvard and Yale?
Yep.
Our entire fucking CIA, like, head apparatus, dude.
Yep.
Like, all of them were. That's why people talk about, like, secret societies and they go, oh, that's crazy stuff. It's the fucking truth. Like, give me a break.
Blatant. It's blatant because it's kind of like, well, think about it. Like, I mean, birds of a feather flock together. So if one of them gets president, well, guess what? They're probably going to recommend all their, boys into these positions.
Yeah.
And
See,
so
Mr. Fista has a good one, dude. He's got a good one. So Watergate is a nothing burger compared to the recent presidential scandal. Absolutely. One, Watergate was just stealing information on his political opposition. That was it. That was all he was doing.
Well, I'm gonna be honest. Reagan had a bigger political scandal than Nixon.
Oh, I haven't heard about this. What was that?
Reagan, Iran-Contra.
Oh yeah.
He was going around Congress to sell weapons to Iran that we actively had an embargo on, and he was using middlemen like Anand Khashoggi and Israel to then sell weapons to Iran.
Yeah.
And that was a big quote unquote nothing burger.
Yeah. And the Contras down in Central and South America too.
And we saw
CIA was overthrowing countries down there left and fucking right, bro.
Do you know we were funding the resistance movement of Nicaragua. Yeah. We were funding their rebellion with the money we were making from Iran-Contra. It's like, bro, Watergate is nothing. It is literally nothing compared to every other scandal after that.
See, Adam, that's what I think is in the works right now. Either a pardon or a commutation. They're going to commute her sentence, like to. Here's the deal. You're going to spend one more month in here, and you're going to get out as long as you say this part and leave this part out.
I'm gonna be honest. Like, what I don't trust the government to do this, but I think I would trade a pardon if I knew and could guarantee I'm getting the information out of it. The only problem is I do not trust my government to do that.
No, I don't. 100%. Yeah. I mean, all I'm saying is this is what's happening, right? Like I try not to say things with 100% certainty when I can't back it up, but this for sure, bottom line, this is what's happening. The DOJ is going to sit down with Ghislaine Maxwell, and they are going to give her a deal. And they're going to say either a pardon, commute your sentence by some degree, right? Whether it's a large degree or a medium-sized degree, which if she's the one that knows all this shit, she was his fucking right-hand man for decades. So she's the one that knows all of it. It's going to be a big commutation or a pardon. The pardon would be egregious, I think. Like a commutation would be better, like politically, optically, like if they just commuted her sentence, but she still had the charge versus.
Yeah, that's fair.
Versus like a full pardon, because that right there would spark people saying, oh yeah, they're complicit. Right?
If you give her a pardon, you're allowing it to go in the record that she is exonerated in the charge.
And we know she's guilty. Right?
Yeah.
So like with a commutation, you don't lose your charges. With a pardon, you essentially lose your charges.
Yeah.
Right? Like it's no longer on your record. It can't be used against you at all.
We're supposed to give pardons to people who were wrongly put in prison. Correct. Or people who were a political criminal or a political prisoner.
Correct.
but she's got the leverage.
Oh, dude, Adam, I don't think they are, bro. I think they realize like how like I fucking hate that I'm saying it like this, but it's just the fact. They realize how fucking valuable her testimony is going to be, and they realize like there's going to be people who are probably heavy hitters in the donor community. That's what I would think, right? That there's probably a bunch of donors on that list. It might even be less about the people who are actually in government. Like, of course, there are going to be people who are in government, but I think like if they were to cap a bunch of these Democrat donors and like kneecap their money, that's going to be another way that they're going to utilize that for the midterms. And that way it doesn't look like they're slapping cuffs on people to arrest their political opposition. They're just cutting off the money supply.
I will say, for all the people who think Epstein was taken out for what he knows, the real question is, if you really believe that, why hasn't anything happened to Ghislaine? Because Ghislaine knows as much. I mean, she may be more solid than Epstein, but that it's weird that I mean, I generally believe Epstein was taken out because it's all the details just seem too weird.
Yeah, 100%.
But I would have to also assume, well, why wouldn't they take Ghislaine out? That would be a weird one for me.
Then it would be completely obvious.
Yeah. Well, that's true too. That's true.
You know,
I mean, but then again, I mean, the Virginia stuff, that was completely obvious. Like, if you look in the details of that whole Virginia gut field and a bus running off the road and killing her, like, excuse me, unaliving her, that's a weird. It's like it's just weird because
how much time's gone by since then, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like Jeffrey Epstein was what 2019 when he kicked the bucket.
Yep.
And Virginia Joffrey was just a couple months ago.
Yep.
If that.
Yep.
So
it's wild because I mean, I think not that long ago she said, "Hey, if I die, you know, it's not my own doing." I don't know. It's just the. I guess the thing that bothers me so much with the Epstein stuff is just how many weird either coincidences or how many weird anomalies just keep rising one after the other.
There's no such thing as coincidence, dude.
That's fair.
I don't believe in them anymore, man. I don't believe in coincidences.
That's fair.
Yeah, I don't. I don't. Like, every time there's a weird coincidence, there's something else going on. Like, no one can point to just weird coincidences to me.
I mean, and that's probably rational. Because, I mean, to be fair, like, coincidences don't really make sense, especially when you're talking about the things that are happening around this whole case over the last, I mean, you could say 5 years, but over the last 20, 30 years.
Yeah.
It smells, man. It's like, as a reasonable person, I'm like, look, I can believe a lot of stuff. This is one of those I can't believe.
But see, so Darth Matt, I don't think they're going to cover anything up. I think they're going to utilize her. Like, there's probably going to be names they're going to tell her where it's like, hey, don't bring this name up. Don't bring that name up, right? But unfortunately, here's the position that we're in. They are running the DOJ. They are the ones who are going to hold people responsible. If we get a large scale amount of people held responsible for this, we just got to take the fucking W, unfortunately, bro.
But I'm going to be honest, the backside of that, maybe they're looking for an out. Maybe they're looking for someone to dump all the blame on, which is why Trump's been talking about, you know, it's a big Democrat hoax, but now they're going to meet with Ghislaine because maybe they're trying to put together a paper trail that leads back to someone who's not a part of intelligence, not a part of a foreign leadership, and isn't going to destroy the economy.
Yeah. I mean, that's very fair. That's very fair, right? That's, I mean, but and that's what I'm saying, right? Is like they're going to tell her leave these names out.
Yep.
Leave those names out. Stick with them.
Yep.
Because like here's the narrative that they can spin. All right, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to call this right now. Okay, I could be wrong, right? I'm going to call this right now, though. Okay. See, we're doing God and Country talking about fucking Epstein. It is what it is. I'm going to call this right now, okay? They're going to say the files have been compromised, but her testimony hasn't.
Yep.
So what she says is true. What's in the files is bullshit. They'll release her testimony in this subpoena, right? This deposition. They're going to release that, and then they'll release all the files and go, whatever is different from what she said is absolute bullshit.
And to add a little bit extra to that, it's probably going to name a lot of dead people.
Yep, that's fair.
They'll probably go Robert Maxwell. They'll probably go Lexley Westner. They'll probably go Leon Black if he's passed away by this point. It's all the influential people who are dead. Throw it on them.
They're probably gonna, but I don't know, man, because it's not much of a tool if you're not utilizing this thing to get a political edge.
But you keep all that hush hush, and so when you have these meetings with these foreign dignitaries or these intelligence people, be like, don't forget, Daddy Trump knows your secrets. And you act against my will, you come at my family, I release it all.
No, bro, I don't know.
I can't say.
I think like the most politically expedient thing for them to do, which is what politics is. It's all about political expediency. It's not about standing for any kind of morals. It's not about doing the right thing ever. Like, just the bottom line, I'm sorry. Like, if the right thing is politically expedient, those two line up and you do that. But if it's not politically expedient, doesn't matter. That's how politics has looked my entire life, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what I would say is what's probably politically expedient for them is to kneecap the DNC's donor party, bro.
Yep.
Like the entire donor list. Whoever's on there that's a donor, they're gonna kneecap them, dude.
I could definitely see that. They'll probably avoid the massive corporations, so anything that could probably, I guess, slightly tilt the economy in a less favorable light, Trump will probably, give him a pass. He's probably going to let them know, hey, I got secrets on you. Don't forget that. But they're probably going to go after the people who are less influential in Trump accomplishing his goals.
Yeah.
But I could definitely see him going after heavy Democrat leadership. We're talking about leaders of the DNC. We're talking former candidates. We're talking about more. I could see that. I really could.
The donors, bro. That's what I'm saying. It's the donors. They get rid of the money that, like, there's no reason for the Democrats to even run at that point. If they can't get the money for what they believe in, they're fucked. It's over. They don't care about anything but money.
I'm gonna have to step away from a little bit. I'm about to have to put little man to bed.
Right,
I'll be in the background.
Cool. I'll keep reading through the word. We can stop talking about fucking Epstein now. All right. Cleansing unhealthiness. The Lord also spoke to Moses and to Aaron, saying, speak to the sons of Israel and say to them, when any man has a discharge from his body, his discharge is unclean. This, moreover, shall be his uncleanness in his discharge, and it is his uncleanness whether his body allows its discharge to flow or whether its body obstructs its discharge. Every bed on which the man with the discharge lies becomes unclean, and everything on which he sits becomes unclean. Are they talking about the baby juice right here? Is that what they're saying? Does anyone know?
I heard baby Jesus. What'd you say?
No. I said baby juice. Okay.
Okay. My bad.
It's talking about discharges. So I figured every bed on which the man with the discharge lies becomes unclean. Everything on which he sits becomes unclean. Anyone, moreover, who touches his bed shall wash his clothes and bathe in water and be unclean until evening. And whoever sits on the thing on which the man with the discharge has been sitting shall wash his clothes and bathe in water and be unclean until evening. And whoever touches the man with the discharge shall wash his clothes and bathe in water and be unclean until evening. I think they're talking about like people who spanked a monkey. Or if the man with the discharge spits on one who is clean, he too shall wash his clothes and bathe in water and be unclean until evening. Every saddle on which the man with the discharge rides becomes unclean. Whoever then touches any of the things which were under him shall be unclean until evening, and the one who carries them shall wash his clothes and bathe in water and be unclean until evening. Likewise, whomever the man with the discharge touches, without having rinsed his hands in water, shall wash his clothes and bathe in water and be unclean until evening. However, an earthenware vessel which the man with the discharge touches shall be broken, and every wooden vessel shall be rinsed in water. Now, when the man with the discharge becomes cleansed from his discharge, then he shall count off for himself 7 days for his cleansing. He shall then wash his clothes and bathe his body in running water and will become clean. Then on the 8th day he shall take for himself 2 turtle doves and 2 young doves and come before the Lord to the doorway of the tent of meeting and give them to the priest. And the priest shall offer them, one as a sin offering and the other as a burnt offering. So the priest shall make atonement on his behalf before the Lord because of his discharge. Now, if a man has a seminal emission, different discharge then. All right, because seminal emission is definitely baby juice. He shall bathe all his body in water and be unclean until evening. As for any garment or any leather on which there is seminal emission, it shall be washed with water and be unclean until evening. If a man sleeps with a woman so that there is a seminal emission, they shall both bathe in water and be unclean until evening. Really? Oh, it's holy, dude. When a woman has a discharge, if her discharge is in her body is blood, she shall continue in her menstrual impurity for 7 days, and whoever touches her shall be unclean until evening. Everything also on which she lies during her menstrual impurity shall be unclean, and everything on which she sits shall be unclean. Anyone who touches her bed shall wash his clothes and bathe in water and be unclean until evening. Whoever touches any object on which she sits shall wash his clothes and bathe in water and be unclean until evening. Whether it be on the bed or on the thing on which she is sitting, and when he touches it, he shall be unclean until evening. If a man actually sleeps with her so that her menstrual impurity is on him, he shall be unclean 7 days, and every bed on which he lies shall be unclean. I gotta say, you know what? Let's just keep talking. Let's just keep reading. Now, if a woman has a discharge of her blood for many days, not at the period of her menstrual impurity, or if she has a discharge beyond that period, for all the days of her impure discharge, she shall continue as though in her menstrual impurity she is unclean. Any bed on which she lies all the days of her discharge shall be to her like her bed at menstruation, and every object on which she sits shall be unclean, like her uncleanness at that time. Likewise, whoever touches them shall be unclean, and shall wash his clothes and bathe in water and be unclean until evening. When she becomes clean from her discharge, she shall count off for herself 7 days, and afterward she will be clean. Then on the 8th day she shall take for herself 2 turtle doves or 2 young doves, and bring them to the priest to the doorway of the tent of meeting. And the priest shall offer the one as a sin offering and the other as a burnt offering. So the priest shall make atonement on her behalf before the Lord because of her impure discharge. And so you shall keep the sons of Israel separated from their uncleanness, so that they will not die in their uncleanliness by their defiling my tabernacle that is among them. This is the law for the one with a discharge, and for the man who has a seminal emission, so that he is unclean by it. And for the woman who is ill because of menstrual impurity, and for the one who has a discharge, whether a male or female, or a man who sleeps with an unclean woman. Law of Atonement. Now the Lord spoke to Moses after the death of 2 sons of Aaron, when they approached the presence of the Lord and died. The Lord said to Moses, "Tell your brother Aaron that he shall not enter at any time into the holy place inside the veil, before the atoning cover which is on the ark, or he will die, for I will appear in the cloud over the atoning cover. Aaron shall enter the holy place with this, with a bull as a sin offering and a ram as a burnt offering. He shall put on the holy linen tunic, and the linen undergarment shall be next to his body, and he shall be wrapped around the waist with a linen sash and the linen turban wound around his forehead. These are holy garments. He shall bathe his body in water and put them on. Then he shall take from the congregation of the sons of Israel 2 male goats as a sin offering and 1 ram as a burnt offering. Then Aaron shall offer the bull as a sin offering, which is for himself, so that he may make atonement for himself and for his household. He shall then take the 2 goats and present them before the Lord at the doorway of the tent of meeting. Aaron shall cast lots for the 2 goats One lot for the Lord and the other lot for the scapegoat. Oh, for the goat that leaves. Okay. Got it. Okay, so the scapegoat is actually the one that gets away, not for the two that actually get sacrificed. Okay, then Aaron shall offer the goat on which the lot for the Lord fell and make it a sin offering. But the goat on which the lot for the scapegoat fell shall be presented alive before the Lord to make atonement upon it, to send it to the wilderness as the scapegoat. Oh, that's interesting, bro. How, like, that's a completely different kind of translation of scapegoat from what we typically think of today, right? At least from what I gather from this. You know what I mean? Like, from what it seemed like today, the way we think of a scapegoat is the one that takes all the blame, where in this instance, a scapegoat is the one that actually gets away and goes back out in the wilderness. That's interesting. Huh. So then Aaron shall offer the bull of the sin offering, which is for himself, and make atonement for himself and for his household. And he shall slaughter the bull of the sin offering, which is for himself. He shall take a fire pan full of coals of fire from upon the altar before the Lord, and the 2 handfuls of finely ground sweet incense, and bring it inside the veil. He shall put the incense on the fire before the Lord, so that the cloud of incense may cover the atoning cover that is on the ark of the testimony, otherwise he will die. Moreover, he shall take some of the blood of the bull and sprinkle it with his finger on the atoning cover on the east side. Also in front of the atoning cover, he shall sprinkle some of the blood with his finger 7 times. Then he shall slaughter the goat of the sin offering, which is for the people, and bring its blood inside the veil, and do with its blood as he did with the blood of the bull, and sprinkle it on the atoning cover and in front of the atoning cover. He shall make atonement for the holy place because of the impurities of the sons of Israel, and because of their unlawful acts regarding all their sins, and he shall do so for the tent of meeting, which remains with them in the midst of their impurities. When he goes in to make atonement in the holy place, no one shall be in the tent of meeting until he comes out, so that he may make atonement for himself and for his household, and for all the assembly of Israel. Then he shall go out to the altar that is before the Lord and make atonement for it. He shall take some of the blood from the bull and some of the blood from the goat, and put it on the horns of the altar on all sides. With his finger he shall sprinkle some of the blood on it 7 times, and cleanse it, and consecrate it from the impurities of the sons of Israel. When he finishes atoning for the holy place and the tent of meeting and the altar, he shall offer the live goat. Then Aaron shall lay both of his hands on the head of the live goat, and confess over it all the wrongdoings of the sons of Israel, and all their unlawful acts regarding all of their sins. And he shall place them on the head of the goat, and send it away into the wilderness by the hand of a man who stands ready. Then the goat shall carry on itself all of the wrongdoings of an isolated territory. He shall release the goat into the wilderness. Then Aaron shall come into the tent of meeting, and take off the linen garments which he put on when he went into the holy place, and shall leave them there. And he shall bathe his body with water in a holy place, and put on his clothes, and come out and offer his burnt offering and the burnt offering of the people, and make atonement for himself and for the people. Then he shall offer up in smoke the fat of the sin offering on the altar. The one who released the goat as the scapegoat shall wash his clothes and bathe his body with water. Then afterward he shall come into the camp. But the bull of the sin offering and the goat of the sin offering, whose blood was brought in to make atonement in the holy place, shall be taken outside the camp, and they shall burn their hides, their flesh, and their refuse in the fire. Then the one who burns them shall wash his clothes and bathe his body with water, and afterward he shall come into the camp. The annual atonement. This shall be a permanent statute for you in the 7th month, on the 10th day of the month. You shall humble yourselves and not do any work, whether the native or the stranger who resides among you. For it is on this day that atonement shall be made for you to cleanse you, and you will be clean from all the sins of your Lord. It is to be a Sabbath of the solemn rest for you, so that you may humble yourselves. It's a permanent statute. So the priest who is anointed and ordained to serve as priest in his father's place shall make atonement. He shall put on the linen garments, the holy garments, and make atonement for the holy sanctuary, and he shall make atonement for the tent of meeting and for the altar. He shall also make atonement for the priests and for all the people of the assembly. Now you shall have this as a permanent statute, to make atonement for the sons of Israel for all their sins once every year. And this is and just as the Lord had commanded Moses, so he did. We're moving on. No. Yeah. Corey's just putting his bebes to sleep, bro. See, that's crazy to me though, Adam, because like it seems like the way we use the word scapegoat now is different from what it was back then. I thought it was RuneScape person for a legendary. Yeah, no shit. Yeah. But yeah, it's crazy because like the scapegoat back then was one that you let go, where today it's like the scapegoat now is the one that collects all the blame. Yeah, it does seem to fit better back then. Scape, like they escape. It's just weird that they'd use that. Zizima. Who's Zizima? Oh, legendary escaper, dude. That's wild. Ah, he collected the sin. Oh, got it. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Dude. You play OSRS or you play RuneScape? Like the new RuneScape? Guess that's the real question. All right. Blood for atonement. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to Aaron and to his sons and to all the sons of Israel, and say to them, This is what the Lord has commanded, saying, Anyone from the house of Israel who slaughtered an ox, a lamb, or a goat in the camp, or slaughters it outside the camp, and has not brought it to the doorway of the tent of meeting to present it as an offering to the Lord in front of the tabernacle of the Lord, bloodshed is to be counted against that person. He has shed blood, and that person shall be cut off from among his people. This shall be done so that the sons of Israel will bring their sacrifices, which they were sacrificing in an open field, so that they will bring them to the Lord at the doorway of the tent of meeting to the priest, and sacrifice them as sacrifices of peace offerings to the Lord. The priest shall sprinkle the blood on the altar of the Lord at the doorway of the tent of meeting, and offer up the fat and smoke as a soothing aroma to the Lord. And they shall no longer offer their sacrifices to the goat demons with which they play the prostitute? Goat idols, okay, is what it's saying. Goat idols with which they play the prostitute. What does that mean? Hold on. I need some all right, let's Leviticus 17:7. I need some context here. Okay, so it's like they're selling themselves to these specific like goat idols. Okay. This shall be a permanent statute to them throughout their generations. Then you shall say to them, anyone from the house of Israel or from the strangers who reside among them who offers a burnt offering or sacrifice and does not bring it to the doorway of the tent of meeting to offer it to the Lord, that person also shall be cut off from his people. So if you're out there sacrificing animals and you're not doing it at the doorway of the tent of meeting and then sprinkling the blood on the altar and then, burning the different organs and fats that God wants you to burn, then you're just straight up cut off, right? So he's saying, like, you do that here in my house at the tabernacle or you get the fuck out. That's what it sounds like. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I'm not super well read up on this, but that's what it seems like to me. So and anyone from the house of Israel or from the strangers who reside among them who eats any blood, I will set my face against that person who eats the blood, and I will cut him off from among his people. For the life of the flesh is in the blood, and I have given it to you on the altar to make atonement for your souls. For it is the blood by reason of the life that makes atonement. Therefore I said to the sons of Israel, no person among you may eat blood, nor may any stranger who resides among you eat blood. So when anyone from the sons of Israel or from the strangers who reside among them while hunting catches an animal or a bird which may be eaten, he shall pour out its blood and cover it with dirt. For as the life of all flesh, its blood is identified with life. Therefore I said to the sons of Israel, you're not to eat the blood of any flesh, for the life of all flesh is its blood. Whoever eats it shall be cut off. And any person who eats an animal which dies or is torn by animals, whether it is a native or a stranger, shall wash his clothes and bathe in water and remain unclean until evening. Then he will become clean. But if he does not wash his clothes and bathe his body, then he shall bear the responsibility for his guilt. The laws on immoral relations. Oh, okay. Here, we're getting into the spicy stuff here, man. Yeah, dude. Same here. Me neither. I'm a fan of OSRS though. I like it, dude. I can put a lot of time into that shit because like it's the grind, bro. It's the grind. You know what I mean? Yep. Yeah. Yeah. God hates gaffes, right? Can't stand them gaffes. All right. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, speak to the sons of Israel and say to them, I am the Lord your God. You shall not do what is done in the land of Egypt where you lived, nor are you to do what is done in the land of Canaan where I am bringing you. You shall not walk in their statutes. You are to perform my judgments and keep my statutes, to live in accordance with them. I am the Lord your God. So if you shall keep my statutes and my judgments, which if a person follows them, then he will live by them. I am the Lord. None of you shall approach any blood relative of his to uncover nakedness, for I am the Lord. So is that why, was it Abraham? Was it Abraham that got really mad, or was it, I think it was Abraham that got really mad when one of his sons saw him naked and he cursed Canaan, right? Like, he cursed him until like his last days. Noah, that was it. Yeah, Noah. Sorry. Yep. Thank you. I appreciate it, guys. Sorry. Right. Exactly, dude. Exactly. Yeah. All right. None of you shall approach any blood relative of his to uncover nakedness. I am the Lord. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father, that is, the nakedness of your mother. She is your mother. You are not to uncover her nakedness. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father's wife. It is your father's nakedness. As for the nakedness of your sister, either your father's daughter or your mother's daughter, whether born in the household or born in the outside of the household, you shall not uncover their nakedness. Well, that I wish people followed that in some of these states down here, man. It's crazy. The nakedness of your son's daughter or your daughter's daughter, their nakedness you shall not uncover, for their nakedness is yours. The nakedness of your father's wife's daughter, born to your father, she is your sister. You shall not uncover her nakedness. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father's sister. She is your father's blood relative. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your mother's sister, for she is your mother's blood relative. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father's brother. You shall not approach his wife. She is your aunt. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your daughter-in-law. She is your son's wife. You shall not uncover her nakedness. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your brother's wife. It is your brother's nakedness. You shall not uncover the nakedness of a woman and of her daughter, nor shall you take her son's daughter or her daughter's daughter to uncover her nakedness. They are blood relatives. It is an outrageous sin. Yeah. No, I mean 100%, bro. Like, don't keep it out of the family. You know what I mean? Like, that's not a really, yeah, Abe, welcome back, bro. Dude, I totally forgot. How was your rest, brother? You feeling better, dude? Yeah, that's, dude, keep it out of the family. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, like, that's, ugh. That stuff's wild to me. Don't forget, we ran from that when we came to this country, okay? Like, we were running from all that fucking keeping it in the family bullshit that the monarchs were doing. And you shall not marry a woman in addition to her sister as a second wife while she is alive to uncover her nakedness. Also, you shall not approach a woman to uncover her nakedness during her menstrual impurity. I've broken that one quite a bit. And you should not have sexual intercourse with your neighbor's wife to be defiled with her. You shall not give any of your children to offer them to Molech. Oh, wait, what? Nor shall you profane the name of your God. I am the Lord. You shall not sleep with a male as one sleeps with a female. It is an abomination. Based. Absolutely fucking based. Also, you shall not have sexual intercourse with any animal to be defiled with it, nor shall any woman stand before an animal to mate with it. It is a perversion. Yeah, dude. That's I would say that's like on par with it's an abomination too. Like, that's crazy. Having sex with an animal, that's like that's fair, bro. That's true. But yeah, that's some Muslim stuff, bro. Yeah. You know, it's funny I said that and that popped up. Yeah. Exactly, dude. All right. Do not defile yourselves by any of these things, for by all these things the nations which I am driving out from you have become defiled. For the land has become defiled, therefore I have brought its punishment upon it. So the land has vomited out its inhabitants. But as for you, you are to keep my statutes and my judgments, and you shall not do any of these abominations, neither the native nor the stranger who resides among you. For the people of the land who were there before you did all these abominations, and the land has become defiled, so that the land will not vomit you out should you defile it, as it has vomited out the nation which was there before you. For whoever does any of these abominations, those persons who do so shall be cut off from among their people. So you are to keep your commitment, your obligation to me, not to practice any of these abominable customs which have been practiced before you, so that you do not defile yourselves with them. I am the Lord your God. Based. Why do we stray so far from God today in our society, gentlemen? What's going on? Yes, it is. You're right. 100%. 100%. Right, dude. Yeah, 100%. Dude, that's crazy. See, I don't know much about Moloch. Or Moloch. However, like the owl, I don't know much about it because like I don't look into demons and stuff, man. Like I'd like to see, does it expand on Moloch and like what Moloch is supposed to like represent actually in Leviticus? Because it just dropped Moloch's name. So anyway. Idolatry forbidden. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, speak to all the congregation of the sons of Israel and say to them, you shall be holy, for I, the Lord your God, am holy. Every one of you shall revere his mother and his father, and you shall keep my Sabbaths. I am the Lord your God. I broke that, bro. Sorry. It's my parents were fucking trash, dude. God gave me life. God put everyone I needed to in my life. Yeah. Like, my mother and my father raised me. They did not birth me, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Do not turn to idols or make for yourselves cast metal gods. I am the Lord your God. Now, when you offer a sacrifice or peace offerings to the Lord, you shall offer it so that you may be accepted. It shall be eaten on the same day you offer it, and on the next day but what remains until the third day shall be burned with fire. So if it is eaten at all on the third day, it is unclean, it will not be accepted. And everyone who eats it will bear the consequences for his guilt, because he has profaned the holy thing of the Lord, and that person shall be cut off from his people. Now when you reap the harvest of your land, you shall not reap to the very edges of your field, nor shall you gather the gleanings of your harvest. And you shall not glean your vineyard, nor shall you gather the fallen grapes of your vineyard. You shall leave them for the needy and for the stranger. I am the Lord your God. You shall not steal, nor deal falsely, nor lie to one another. You shall not swear falsely by my name, as to profane the name of your God. I am the Lord. You shall not oppress your neighbor, nor rob him. The wages of the hired worker are not to remain with you until night, all night until morning. You shall not curse a person who is deaf, nor put a stumbling block before a person who is blind. But you shall revere your God. I am the Lord. Yeah, that's shitty. People doing that, like tripping blind people and stuff. That's fucked up, man. You shall not do injustice in judgment. You shall not show partiality to the poor, nor give preference to the great, but you are to judge your neighbor fairly. Based. You shall not go about as a slanderer among your people, and you are not to jeopardize the life of your neighbor. I am the Lord. You shall not hate your fellow countrymen in your heart. You may certainly rebuke your neighbor, but you are not to incur sin because of him. You shall not take vengeance, nor hold any grudge against the sons of your people, but you shall love your neighbor as yourself. I am the Lord. Based. You are to keep my statutes. You shall not crossbreed two kinds of your cattle. You shall not sow your field with two kinds of seed, nor wear a garment of two kinds of material mixed together. That sowing your field with two kinds of seed, is that are they saying like planting them together, or are they saying like having a field and you're only allowed to have one thing on your field? Nor wear a garment of two kinds of material mixed together. That's weird. Because we all do that. I mean, I don't know any. Moloch was an under god of Baal, the Canaanite god. Moloch, makes sense. Okay. Huh. Get him out. Get him out. Anyone who worships that shit, like, I'm surprised. I'm surprised they're not blatant with it, where like the symbol for Planned Parenthood is like a fucking owl or something. You know what I mean? Like that would truly be like very blatant. It's sickening. And I'm so glad they don't have federal funding anymore. It's absolutely fucking based, bro. Why are my tax dollars going to that? I'm not funding. I don't want to fund that shit. Most people don't. Even people who are pro-choice don't want their tax dollars going to fund that shit. Like most people who are pro-choice, they're like, if you want to do it, fine, but like you have to pay for it. You have to bear the burdens fiscally and internally for it. It's not a right. Like, that's crazy, dude. I don't understand how our society has gotten this far astray, bro. I don't understand. It's nuts to me. I'm pro-choice. The choice of forcing mothers to carry based. Absolutely. You're not forcing them, bro. You're not forcing them. Yes, bro. Planned mass child. Yeah, exactly. That's what that is. It's that, but it's also eugenics. Like, it's making sure, it's doing a damn good job of keeping the poor population down. And it's done an even better job of keeping the black population down. That's what it was fucking established for, right? I hate saying it like that because I'm not pro eugenics. I'm not anti-black people or anything, right? But that's what it's fucking used for, dude. It's crazy, bro. Tweaker, I'm not pulling that one up. Holy shit. Whoa! All right. Now, if a man has sexual relations with a woman who is a slave acquired for another man, but who has in no way been redeemed nor given her freedom, there shall be punishment. They shall not, however, be put to death because she was not free. He shall bring his guilt offering to the Lord in the doorway of the tent of meeting, a ram as a guilt offering. The priest shall also make atonement for him with the ram of the guilt offering before the Lord for his sin which he has committed, and the sin which he has committed will be forgiven him. Now, when you enter the land and plant all kinds of trees for food, then you shall count their fruit as forbidden. What? For 3 years it shall be forbidden to you, it shall not be eaten. And in the 4th year, all the fruit shall be holy, all offering an offering of praise to the Lord. But in the 5th year, you shall eat its fruit. Okay, so like, let's say you like they plant an orchard or an orchard, right? So they're not allowed to eat anything from it for 5 years. The first 4 years, they just leave it. They let it grow. They let it flourish. They let it really, like, the roots grow deep, really, like, gather the nutrients from the soil. This is just how I'm reading this. So if I'm wrong, please tell me. The 5th year, that is the offering to the Lord. So they pick all the fruit. They, what I would say they probably are going to be, it's going to be like a burnt offering. They're going to burn it in the altar right outside the tabernacle, and then after that they can eat from it. Like, after they've demonstrated the sacrifice of not eating it, then actually sacrifice the fruits on the 5th year, and then after that it's probably going to be the best fruit, right? Like, if there's a natural process of, like, you got to think when if you have a fruit tree, when the fruits fall out of the tree and they hit the ground, and, like, the animals have their own, like, thing with it, whatever is not eaten is going to degrade and be absorbed back into the earth. So all of that process, it's going to be absorbing all of the fruits that are left over, at least, that aren't, like, eaten by bugs and shit, right? So that's a pretty interesting thing. I've never heard of this one before. You shall not eat any meat with the blood. You shall not practice divination nor soothsaying. You shall not round off the hairline of your heads, nor trim the edges of your beards. What does that mean? Round off the hairline? Man, what'd I do wrong, God? I'm sorry. Dude, I trimmed the edges of my beard too, bro. I would have been stoned back then or something. You shall not make any cuts in your body for the dead, nor make any tattoo marks on yourselves. I am the Lord. Oh, I broke that one too. Do not profane your daughter by making her a prostitute, so that the land does not fall into prostitution, and the land does not become full of outrageous sin. That's crazy to me, dude. Like, because that stuff happens. There was a girl that lived in she didn't live in a trailer park. She was in a house, but it was like a few blocks away from where I grew up. And it was like a really dinky, shitty house. Okay. And there were a bunch of, like, rumors between people that I grew up with that her dad was whoring her out. And, like, this girl's like 14, 15 years old. Right. Come to find out, fucking police department kicked in his door. That's exactly what he was doing. It's crazy. People actually do that shit, man. You shall keep my Sabbaths and revere my sanctuary. I am the Lord. Do not turn to mediums or spiritists. Do not seek them out to be defiled by them. I am the Lord your God. You shall stand up in the presence of the gray-headed and honor elders, and you shall fear your God. I am the Lord. When a stranger resides with you in your land, and you shall not do him wrong. The stranger who resides with you shall be to you as a native among you, and you shall love him as yourself, for you were strangers in the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God. You shall do no wrong in judgment, in measurement of weight or volume. You shall have accurate balances, accurate weights, an accurate ephah, and an accurate hin. So these are all the measurements, yeah? Liquid measurement, dry measurement. Okay. So the ephah is like a measurement of, like, dry goods, like flour that, you have, like, a bag. It's going to form to the shape of the bag. Same thing with a hin, which is a liquid measurement. I am the Lord your God who brought you out of the land of Egypt. So you shall keep all my statutes and my ordinances and do them. I am the Lord. All right. So yeah, dude. I mean, that shit happens, bro. It's crazy. I like that. That blows my mind. So like, all right, the thing that really like I maybe I was too really kind of young to like understand what was going on there, or for it to have like a really like big effect on me. So the reason I am so like I get kind of psychotically violent when I think of people who do stuff to kids. The reason I'm like that is because there was a girl that I knew when I was in high school. Her name was Amanda, and she ended her own life. Okay. And I knew her and Kayla was like her. She had a sister named Kayla who's still alive today. But after that happened, it started to come out. What's up, Big Show? Corey Barton? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. I'm back. They finally went to sleep.
Oh, you're good, man. But after that happened, apparently, like her and Kayla were like a year apart, 2 years apart, something like that. Kayla was her older sister. Well, so Kayla went to the police and basically like, you know, got her dad arrested because he was doing stuff with both those girls, a father. And ever since then, I have just whenever I hear of something like that, of someone doing something like that to kids, it really makes me like it brings like psychotically violent imagery into my head, right? Because like I don't know, I don't know if I really liked her or whatever it was. I was really good friends with her though, you know. Like this is a chick that like I never had sex with her or anything. But this was a chick that like I spent a lot of time around, you know, and she didn't talk about that kind of stuff. She never told me any of that stuff was going on, you know. I don't know, but that's why I get the way that I get around this kind of stuff, because you know I haven't experienced it personally, but one of my best friends, okay. I'm not going to drop his name just in case, you know, I don't want to put someone else's business out there with their name attached to it, but just as a, you know, as an unnamed person, they experienced that shit a lot when they were growing up, and they have severe mental problems right now. They have serious fucking mental problems right now. You know, when I say severe, I mean like schizophrenic. They have to go and take like special shots once a month. They have seriously problems with like interpersonal relationships with people. You know, I have my own kind of shit that happened to me when I was a kid, but it wasn't sexual. No, Tweaker, I'm not dropping their name, bro. But I have my own like kind of issues with stuff that happened when I was a kid, but none of it was sexual. So I know like what happened to me messed me up in a certain kind of way. What happened to this dude really fucked him up. You know what I mean? And you know, like I know that sounds kind of bad, but I vibe with people that are fucked up mentally, right? Because I'm fucked up mentally, and I know it. You know, that's just how it goes, I guess.
It's more relatable.
Yeah.
Yeah,
When you see the world differently than some people, I mean, it's like a bond you can share with them. You know,
it's like I have a hard time relating with people who kind of are tucked in. They have their stuff together, and like they kind of seem like they know what they're doing and stuff like that. And like it seems like, you know, everything's going good for them and stuff like that. It's like I need a little chaos. The chaos makes very interesting people, and some of the best people I've met have been the most chaotic.
All right, so Charlie has to use the bathroom. He's starting to bug me right now. I need to go get some food because I'm starving. It's like 8:30. I haven't eaten anything.
Oh, eat.
Yeah. So I'm probably gonna end it here. We are on Leviticus 20, and I'll let you read that one on Sunday if you want.
Perfect.
Corey. All Ashkenazi in the world are cousins due to centuries of inbreeding. Is that where their weird hair, like sideburns, come from? And the weird way they look?
And they're bald on top.
Yeah, and the fucking.
Have you?
Is that, like, I always wondered, does the menorah or the yarmulke, is that just to cover up this right here? Is that what that?
You should. I mean, you should invest in one. It would fit on your head quite nice. I mean, it comes with power. You know.
Yeah, it's the best investment in the world. You throw one on, you immediately get showered in fucking money. That'd be fantastic, dude.
But hey, God bless everybody.
God bless,
wonderful
dude.
stream.
I love you guys. Thank you very much. It's been fantastic. I'm gonna go do something else now. I'm starving, man. And Charlie's like, when can I shit, dude? All right. Thanks,
Peace,
guys.
guys.
Have a good day. Peace.